is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 24th, 2021, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present.
Council President McCartney.
Here. Thank you. Welcome all. Good evening. Welcome to our Tuesday, March 15th, 2022 Town Council meeting. I wanted to start with the fact that it's 20 days into the invasion of Ukraine, and let's continue to keep the millions of people being evacuated in our prayers. I was really pleased to see that our fire department is donating 10 sets of turnout gear. It's quite a bit of equipment and needed equipment. We found out, I was trying to work with the HRC, the Human Relations Commission, when I saw adding our resolution to the council agenda, showing our support. And I wanted to do more because I just know West Orange and how people in West Orange would want to contribute in some way. So there is a Maplewood Ukrainian Church, Orthodox Ukrainian Church in Maplewood. I contacted a representative there. They have been inundated with the supplies that they were looking for, first aid supplies, diapers, and personal hygiene items. But now what they need are the funding to ship the items. The same thing with the church in Clifton as well. So Rabbi Tobin, also on the Human Relations Commission, he is merging with a synagogue in Verona. There is a planned service of prayer and unity on Sunday, March 27th at 5 o'clock. And he's also working with the Jewish Federation, Greater Metro West, working with the Ukrainian American Cultural Center, which is located in Whippany. So we look forward to finding out more information on ways that the township can help. So try and keep everyone in our prayers. I wanted to say thank you to the town employees who have navigated residents through COVID. Now that town hall is open, all offices functioned all through COVID. And now that the offices are open to the public, just a hearty welcome to all the employees that were working town hall. And congratulations to 6 police officers. We have Lieutenant Dennis McCall, here we go, Sergeant Jose Alvarez, Sergeant Christopher Polizano, Sergeant Jeffrey James Jr., Sergeant Michael Del Plato, and Sergeant Mark Forgays. So congratulations, gentlemen, and we are in our prayers as well, and we hope that you continue to stay safe and well. Thank you. So this evening, still being still being Women's History Month, I wanted to recognize Mark and Julie Ornstein. Oh, there they are. So shopkeepers, ice cream shopkeepers on Pleasant Valley Way for 27 years. I think I'm just going to give it to you, Julie, to give us a little brief history and welcome the new owner.
Okay. Oh, there I am.
A brief, yes.
Yeah, I never got the link, so Mike sent it to me. So then it was showing up as if I were Mike.
Mike's right down there.
There's
Here
Mike.
we go.
So yeah, we opened the store July 8th, 1994, and we have been working there for over 27 years. We've had over 300 employees. A lot of our employees have gone on to become doctors, lawyers, occupational therapists. I mean, like amazing things. So it's kind of exciting.
All great kids
Yeah.
from West Orange, most of them, except for a few,
We've had-
occasional from Livingston and neighboring towns.
It's kind of hard giving it up for the reasons that we're giving it up, but we didn't have a choice, and we wanted to sell the business to somebody who we thought would do justice to our store. And the first person we had talked to was a Wash, and then we met Mike, and we thought he would be a great fit. And he's young, he's ambitious, he's aggressive, he's hardworking,
He's also in the business.
and he knows everything about the ice cream store, even more than we do, especially when it comes to technology. So he'll be bringing a lot of new and innovative things, into our store, and still continuing our name, our legacy, most of our flavors, but he'll be bringing in some of the new stuff. Sorry, my dogs in the background are wrestling. But after I posted what I posted on Facebook, about having to sell the store, we've gotten so many, I think like 187 comments from customers and well-wishers and support and prayers and all that stuff. It's really, really special to hear from people and how much they liked us over the years. So, like I said, it's kind of hard to leave the way we're leaving, but we didn't really have a choice. And as long as Mike continues our coffee and coffee chip ice cream, I'll be happy. I have some in the freezer I've been nibbling on. So,
Okay, Mike, we're gonna have to hold you to that.
Okay.
So thank
Yeah.
you. And Mark, it looks so great to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm doing okay,
I'm glad
considering.
to hear it. I'm very glad to hear it.
I should know, let's see, I've been in treatment since July, around the 19th of July, right? Last summer. And I think sometime in the middle or end of April, I get tested again, with a CT scan, which is when they can measure, the cancer. And, my numbers look really great. 2 weeks ago, I got great feedback from my doctors that my tumor markers have shrunk quite a bit. So fingers crossed.
Great news. Yes, great news.
So thank you very much for all of your love and support. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
It meant a lot.
Thank you. As a business owner on Pleasant Valley Way for 25 years, we have been a good partner for a long time.
Yep.
So I wish you all the
Yep.
best. In the brief conversation that I did have with Mike when inviting him to this council meeting, it sounds like you're in very good hands. So
Yep.
Mike, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience?
Yeah. So my name is Mike Guerrero, and I'm 31 years old, but I've been doing this now for 17 years. Since I was a teenager, got in trouble when I was a kid because I had a smart mouth. And my uncle said, well, now you're getting a job. And he took me down to our neighborhood ice cream shop in Patterson, which was Gelati Ice Cream. So I started washing buckets, and I got upset when all of the upperclassmen in high school would drive by and see me picking up trash like I was doing community service. So I snuck around the kitchen and I taught myself how to make ice cream. So the second that one of the ice cream makers got a job out of college, I jumped in and said, I know how to do it. Don't hire anyone. And I was with Gelati Ice Cream for better half of 10 years. And I got the opportunity to take over their shop in Caldwell, which had similar circumstances there. The owner's wife got sick, and the shop was really like in disrepair. So we took it over, and we did so well and doubling the sales in the first year that we opened up in Montclair, and eventually we're opening up in Pine Brook as well. But really, I like to remind people that, 90 cents out of every dollar you spend at a local business stays in that town, whether through employing people locally, nonprofit stuff, feeding people. There's a lot of great articles. I don't like to toot my own horn. You could go look up, things that we've done in the past. But one of the biggest things that we've done is over the pandemic, we fed over 60,000 people. We started in the beginning of the pandemic, just donating dairy and different goods that we had in our shops just to keep going. And our customers paid us back by supporting us. So I always let people know that, there's a premium to pay when you shop at a small business. I see every day in the West Orange 411 and all these new pages that people are complaining about, price increases and things like that. But, if there's anywhere that you want to spend your inflated prices, it's definitely somewhere in a local business, because like I said, we Mark said, we employ kids locally, we help kids, we write their letters of recommendation and get them into top tier colleges, we show them the leadership skills. I mean, I've had kids that have gone on to become police chiefs and sergeants, and they will always say that working at our shop, scooping ice cream, taught them more on how to deal with the public and interacting with people than anything they learned in college or anything like that. So I think it's big shoes to fill, but we have big feet, and we will do a good job of it. And we look forward to some of the changes. The coffee ice cream is my wife's big thing, so I have two guns pointed at my head to make sure that coffee and coffee chip are the best that they possibly could be. But above and beyond that, I look forward to working with everyone, and you'll see that I'm really accessible. You may not be able to find where I am, because I might be under a random machine in one of our stores somewhere working on something, but I'm pretty accessible, and I look forward to working with everyone.
Michael, welcome to West Orange. We're happy to have you. Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. Mike, welcome. That sounds wonderful. Just excited to have you as a new business owner here in the township. And that's been such a great hub. Our high school students, it's just a great center, Pleasantdale Center. I actually grew up down the street, and I remember as a kid when the local Dairy Queen closed, that was there for years. And when Mark and Julie came in, it was just a breath of fresh air almost 30 years ago. And I have to wish you both well. God bless you both. You've done such an outstanding job with supporting our community through the years. Our students that have come your way, and as you said, left you from really your mentoring, from teaching them a work ethic. And although my children had never worked in your shop, I know their friends, many of their friends that have through the years. And, you teach kids so many great lessons about the workforce, and both of you should be commended for that, because you've always had such a great reputation. Your product was always high quality and always great. And on a warm summer day, hot summer day, there'll always be a line out your door, and you will be surely missed. And it's so refreshing, and you must be relieved to have Mike here come, carry on your tradition.
Yeah, very happy, very pleased.
Thank you both, and God bless you both. I just had to thank you, Council President, just being visiting your shop and being here for so many years in the township. You've just been an institution in the township, and we thank you for that. We really do.
I appreciate
Beautiful.
that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino. And they have hired many of my graduates as well while they were working in the high school. And Michael, there is a program at the high school that I would like you to get involved into, the Virtual Entrepreneur Shop, still mentoring and helping students with every aspect of business plans. So we can talk more about that offline.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Matute Brown.
Thank you, Council President McCartney. And I'll just jump right off of your last comment, Mike, welcome to West Orange. And one of the things I've been trying to push and advocate for in the high school, we do have a 18 to 21-year-old program that you may also want to partner with to help, get them started on, job training skills. That would be wonderful. My favorite is strawberry, so I look forward to coming back for some delicious strawberry. And to Mark and Julie, thank you for your commitment, your lifelong commitment to our township. Like Councilwoman Castellino, my children did not work at your shop, but did hang out with their friends and that did work there, and you will be sorely missed. And I wish nothing but the best for your health. And hopefully retirement will be a welcome reprieve for you, as I think that, you're leaving your shop and your legacy in great hands here, it appears. So well wishes to you both. Take care.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. Mark and Julie, nothing breeds community like a local ice cream shop. You guys are going to be sorely missed. I know you know that. Like the other council people, my children didn't work there, but my two older ones have gone by a bunch of times. We've taken the family there too. So we certainly will miss you guys. But we do thank you for helping breed and grow and strengthen community in West Orange, especially amongst the high school kids and the parents of the high school kids, and opening up your shop to folks, to just sit down and talk to each other. That's the kind of stuff that we really do need and treasure. And so you will be sorely missed. And I do welcome Mike. I do hope you continue on in that legacy. That's the kind of thing that strengthens family and community. And so while we're transitioning from one to the next, we do hope that that is the tie that binds, the entire history, the 27 years under Mark and Julie, and now however many years we are fortunate to have you here. So, welcome, and sad to say goodbye, but hope to see you guys around town. Thank you, Council President.
I just want to say that, over the years, we've sponsored a lot of teams, mostly soccer teams and Mountaintop League soccer teams. One of our employees, a lot of the kids that come into the store, they'll look at the plaques and, oh my God, that was me like 20 years ago. And I don't recognize the kids. They grow up so fast. And one of the girls that's in one of the pictures from 1999, she was little and she was on the soccer team, and now she's married. She's got 2 kids. She's an occupational therapist, but Mike is keeping all the plaques and everything. So all of your kids, whatever, kids can still go into the store. It'll be like a history wall.
Mhm.
So people could still go in and, look at their children from 20 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever. It's kind of neat to look back and see the kids the way they were.
Of course, we started the store when we were 10, right?
Yeah, right. No, but it's kind of neat. The kids come in, they're married, they bring in their kids, and then they say, look, that's mommy, that's daddy, on the wall when we were in school. So it's kind of exciting, to have a history,
It's
to
a
look
lovely
back on.
testament.
Yeah,
It's a
to have a
lovely
history to
testament.
look back
Mhm.
on. So my picture keeps jumping around. Anyway, just so people know that the plaques and stuff are still there. So, people should feel free to go in and take a trip down memory lane.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Julie. That is a
Welcome.
testament for your years of service. And Julie, I just wanted to say that I know the last time that you said there were about 100 posts on Facebook, I think it's closer to about 300 now. So people are still commenting.
It's
and wishing you
100.
well.
Well, the comments under the long post that I posted that unfortunately due to, everything, I think when somebody posts on Facebook, whoever comments, all their friends comment. So it says the post has reached X number. So it's like 8,000 now. But I think we have under just that one post of mine, it's like 187 comments. But then Mike had posted something on Facebook and Instagram about a contest he's running and to post your favorite memories of Mark and Julie's. So reading through all those comments are kind of neat.
That was emotional.
Yeah,
It was kind of emotional to read all that. It's
beautiful.
emotional.
It is very emotional. Yeah, bittersweet. Mhm.
Yeah.
All
So
right, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
And I
Mike,
just wanted to add one thing that we're hoping to reopen this week if the lawyers ever figure out how to speak English in their contracts. But we plan on having a grand opening, our grand reopening party in April. Hopefully Mark will be bringing some good news to that. But we'd hope to have everybody here join us and just kind of reboot. We're working on what we're calling a history wall that we'll be plastering on one of the walls in there, and it'll kind of share the journey of how Mark and Julie started, and how I started my business with my family and my wife. My wife is my cake decorator. My baby girl is our flavor tester. You know, we want to kind of bridge the gap a little bit, but I do hope that everybody here will join us, and, you know, hopefully we can exchange information. I just think it's a great thing. We lost so many local businesses throughout the pandemic, and, you know, to see a business thriving is great for everyone in the community. So I hope everyone takes the time to be there.
Thank you for the invitation, and we wish you well. God bless. All right, thank you. Mark, we're hoping for good news. Okay,
And I'll definitely share it with West Orange for sure.
please. Thank you.
And a little bit in Livingston because that's where I live. So
Just a little.
just a little.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we have a minute.
We can save our council liaison. Oh, well, I think we're going to save this. It's 7 o'clock. This is,
Okay.
we're talking about the high school. There you go. The West Orange High School Student Art is up at the West Orange Art Center, 55 Valley Road. We can save our council appointment, our council liaison announcements for later.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 24th, 2021, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present.
Council President McCartney.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the
to the flag of the United States of America
America.
and to the republic
Republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible, with
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice
justice for all. The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll start with public comment. Madam Moderator.
Yes, ma'am. We have first up Joe Fagan, who
Excellent.
requested a Sheen Square. So I'm going to promote him to panelist so that he can show you what he's up to today. And he's coming in now. Go ahead, Joe.
Welcome,
He's
Joe.
muted.
Yeah, welcome. Oh. There we go.
Is he muted?
Joe, can you hear us? We're welcoming you. We'll start again if you would unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm
Welcome.
so sorry about the confusion.
There we go.
I'm so sorry about the confusion. I am Joe Fagan, Public Information Officer, and thank you for the opportunity to address the West Orange public this evening. Tonight, I would like to remind our residents that Shredding Day will be returning to West Orange on Sunday, April 3rd from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. It will be at the West Orange Environmental Center at 590 Mount Pleasant Avenue. You can shred general items such as financial documents, receipts and expenditures, but please, no junk mail and no previously shredded paper will be accepted. This is a free service for all our town residents and your town ID is required. Please be advised that there's a 4-box limit of items to be shredded and no plastic bags, please. Try not to miss this if you can, since the next scheduled shredding date won't be until October. All this information is on our website, and if you need a town ID, you can arrange to get one issued from the municipal clerk's office. This Friday, March 10th, I'm sorry, I'm just going to go ahead with the report without the screen sharing. This Friday, March 10th at 8 o'clock, the New York Warriors Disabled Veterans Hockey Team will face off against a combined team of our West Orange police and firefighters. It will be at the Richard J. Cody Arena on Northfield Avenue. There is a $10 entrance fee per person that supports a nonprofit volunteer-run program for our military veterans. So consider coming out to support the veterans. I plan on being there and I hope to see you too. That is this Friday at 8 p.m. at the Cody Arena, and it should be a great night of family fun. Finally, since this is the last meeting before the end of Women's History Month, I would like to spotlight a former councilwoman. I'm speaking of the late Toby Katz, who was a 3-term councilwoman who served consecutively from 1984 to 1996. Although 2 previous bids proved unsuccessful before she was elected, it was not in her nature to give up. Her quiet courage, confident resilience, and defiant determination ultimately proved to be her greatest values. It helped her overcome the darkest days of her life and inspired her on a life of great achievement. Katz is best remembered as a community activist and a tireless advocate for tenants and senior citizens. She was not the first councilwoman in West Orange, since that distinction belongs to Gail Rosen, who was elected in 1978 and served 1 term. In 1944, Katz and her family were forcibly removed from their home in Romania and relocated to German-occupied Poland in the Nazi death camp of Auschwitz. I don't need to go into all the graphic details of her tragic experiences. She is a Holocaust survivor who spent time in the other death camps of Krakow and Bergen-Belsen. Although Katz and 2 of her sisters survived, they lost their parents, 3 other sisters, and 2 brothers. Her inspiring story will forever stand as an enduring victory over the brutality of hatred as it echoes forward the thunderous cry of never again to another generation. She is fondly remembered this evening for Women's History Month as your former colleague and the namesake of the Katz Civic Center at Degnan Park here in West Orange. Thank you, Madam President. I'm sorry for the confusion, and that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. It's nice to hear how forward-thinking West Orange really is to have a first election back in 1970. Thank you for that information.
Great. Any other members of the public wish to speak tonight? Yes, we have Joseph Krakowiak. Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Joe Krakowiak, Grandview Avenue. Good evening. I ask about the recently settled lawsuit against the township by a bidder for the contract for third-party workers' compensation administration, alleging failure to abide by the state procurement law and the Open Public Records Act. Judge signed a restraining order against the town stopping the bid process. The lawsuit was settled recently by throwing out the process, starting over, and providing more information. I posted the lawsuit and various filings on Facebook for anyone who's interested. I ask again, why would you not inform residents at any of the subsequent council meetings about this lawsuit, if no more than to inform us of publicly available information? Where is your commitment to transparency and accountability? And another lawsuit by Mr. Malanga challenging the designation of our library as an area in need of redevelopment. He lost at trial and appellate levels, and now I understand the state Supreme Court has recently agreed to hear his appeal. How does this impact plans to move the library to behind Essex Green and build senior housing at the library site, along with a 30-year property tax abatement? At the last meeting, I asked a series of questions about downtown redevelopment, a source of significant financial costs and risk, as well as importance to the future of our town. Instead of answers, I was mostly subject to verbal abuse and insults, primarily from Councilwoman Matute Brown and Councilwoman Williams. They purported to know my motivations and thinking, which they then proceeded to criticize, as if what I said was anything different from what I did and said for 10 years as a council member. It was a truly embarrassing and self-demeaning display, which I urge all residents to watch on YouTube, and I dare you not to be stunned. And all the while, Council President McCartney, whose job it is to preside over the meeting, said not a word about the impropriety of the abuse, which was also leveled at 2 other residents who spoke during public comment. So I will ask my questions again and ask that all council members remember where they are and what their charge is now and for the future. To represent all residents, to treat each with the respect and civilized manner with which they would like to be treated, to be accountable to residents, and to provide them the information about town affairs they request to better evaluate your votes. Resolution 44-22 for naming the conditional redeveloper for downtown redevelopment. Who else did the mayor or council member speak with before offering to give such a valuable asset away without competition? What's going to be demolished in the area and what's going to be built? What is MBS's redevelopment experience? What else are they proposing to do besides build a movie studio? Why do we need to enter into this agreement? Why not just continue to negotiate until we're ready for a full agreement? Is the mayor discussing another 30-year property tax abatement and pilot? What's the status of the purchase of the redevelopment area properties by borrowing up to $20 million? Has anyone figured out how much property tax revenue we'll be losing? My calculations are more than $660,000 a year. So how are you planning to replace that? And aren't taxpayers going to have to replace that lost funding? It said at the last council meeting that there was a letter that provided for the sale and purchase agreement for PRISM on February 15th. What were those changes? And is there any reason why you can't post that to the website so we can see what's changed? Now that the town hall is finally reopened, can we please get an update on the status of the first responders and other town employees who have been suspended from their jobs serving our community because of the town's COVID vaccination mandate? How many employees are still impacted? Now that the virus is greatly receding and many parts of the country have rescinded their various mandates, can we please end this mandate as well and get these people back to serving our community? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe Krakowiak.
Any other members of the public? We have Bill. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Name is Bill Kelly, a West Orange firefighter. My parents reside at 6 McKinley Place. I speak to you tonight as a reminder, and thank you to former Councilman Krakowiak, as a reminder to the public and the council that we still have 7 members of the West Orange Fire Department that are out on unpaid leave. This is unacceptable. This is even despite a recent civil service ruling that these members are to immediately be paid in full. I've been a firefighter in town for over 10 years and have had an opportunity to work very close with all 7 of these guys. They are amongst the best employees that West Orange Fire Department has to offer. Every single one of them would go above and beyond for their coworkers and the citizens of this town on and off duty. They've worked through the height of the pandemic, never hesitating to help those in need. They worked when there was no vaccine and when this disease was an unknown, putting themselves and their families in harm's way. Many of them having contracted COVID-19 as a result of working the front lines. It is unconscionable that these members are not back to work yet. I understand that this mandate might have started in a place of good faith, but at this moment in time, the picture has yet changed again. The truth is this mandate is hurting hardworking individuals because of their beliefs. It is not known what this disease brings. It is now known what this disease brings to the table. These men have seen it up close and personal, and they have a better understanding than anyone the risk. These 7 individuals do not pose any more risk to the public or their coworkers than any of the other vaccinated fire department members. This has been clearly demonstrated over the last few months when over 30 department vaccinated members have contracted COVID-19. I state to you tonight that our members would have no problem and would be honored to work side by side with these men today. Cases in New Jersey are dropping to some of its lowest levels since COVID first arrived. Different mandates are being lifted all over the state, the country, and the world. In West Orange, Town Hall is now open to the public. This past Sunday, the town hosted the West Orange St. Patrick's Day Parade after the past 2 years were canceled. The parade brought along with thousands of people to packed bars and restaurants all over town, thankfully. The public health emergency is no more. Health and safety concerns are gone, and rightfully so. Bring these gentlemen back to work immediately. Thank you very much for your time. Council members and Mr. Gross, have a good night.
Thank you, Bill Kelly.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Valdez. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, good evening. This is Mel Julie Valdez from Elm Street. Good evening, Township Council and all the residents of West Orange who are currently listening or are going to listen to this recording in the future. I am asking again for better communication and transparency between this administration and the residents of West Orange. I would like to see a better attitude and composure of the current council members. The reason I say this is because last time when I spoke at public comment, some of the council members, the way that they acted and the way that they responded to me was just out of line and just unwarranted. You are our elected officials and you represent West Orange. These meetings are recorded for the public to see, not just West Orange residents, but for the nation to see, the world to see. And this is just, excuse me. And this is just, if this is how you're going to treat a resident who is a voter, who is a parent, and who is concerned about the direction of this town, then that's very unfortunate. I am not the only resident that feels this way. And I think that it is time for you to start listening to us about our concerns. Perhaps you just don't like that I am making a public comment. Perhaps you don't like me as a person, but I could care less. It is important for you to listen to what us, the West Orange residents who voted you into office, and our concerns. Residents are concerned about taxes, about redevelopment, about our schools, and a bunch of other issues. Garbage is often a topic that comes up on Facebook all the time. And I think it's that you really need to start talking to your constituents and actually listen to us. Another thing is, in terms of the downtown redevelopment, I would like to see greater transparency regarding that project. I did file an Oprah request, and it's been 7 business days, and no one from the clerk's office has responded to me regarding my request. Additionally, I have emailed the mayor regarding transparency about the process for how residents are chosen to serve on the planning board, zoning board, or any committee that West Orange has. And as of today's date, he has yet to answer. I was told by his assistant that he works part-time and that he will respond to me when he can. My email was sent on February 9th, and to date, today is March 15th, and I have not received a response. I think that is a very poor demonstration of how the mayor conducts his business, and that is not appreciated. I am a voting member, a voting resident. I have other family members who vote also in our local elections. And I think it's important that there is more open dialogue between the township, the council, and the members of, and the residents of West Orange. Thank you.
Thank you, Milky Valdez. And I'm sorry you feel that way.
Next up, we have W. Bracy. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, hello, this is Bill Bracy. I'm at 17 Beaumont Terrace, West Orange. I would probably agree with everything that's been said before me, especially the statements from my neighbor, Mr. Krakowiak. And in particular, two things I want to talk about is that development downtown and the fact that we're giving tax abatements to anyone is ridiculous. Everyone knows that tax abatements never accrue to the benefit of the town that gives them. And the people who want to make money from developing, maybe they will make a little less money. Maybe they will only buy a new Mercedes every 2 years instead of every 1 year. Oh, I feel so sorry for them. But they will do the development if there's money to be made. We don't need to be giving them extra money. The second thing is just about the whole business about from the fire department and other people who are under restrictions due to COVID-19, and even this town council meeting. I went downtown today expecting to walk into a town council meeting. There are no longer hospitals that are overwhelmed with COVID-19. We are essentially out of the pandemic, except for the people who have refused to get vaccinated. That's their choice. The rest of us should not be held hostage to it. So between people who are civic employees who should be back to work, and this town council meeting, which should be again held in public, it's time. It's over. The pandemic is over except for the unvaccinated. Let's get on with it. I'm finished.
Thank you, Bill Bracy.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Wu. Please state your name and address for the record.
How you doing? It's Mr. Wu. I live on Liberty Street. I'm gonna keep it short. My concerns are we need more police presence down there. We had an issue that could have been avoided if there was police presence. I feel that, the town comes out, I think it's code enforcement comes out and they do an inspection or observation. And if your fence has graffiti on it, they're hitting you up, telling you have to remove it. But I believe if we have police presence in the area, which we don't, that wouldn't have been there. And to ask the resident to pay for somebody to fix that or to basically resolve that situation, I don't think it's fair. Why am I paying for somebody to come to my fence and deface it? And then you tell me I have a certain amount of time to do it, or you're gonna find me. I don't really think that should work that way. Another thing is, right across from the old printing press, we have glass and gravel and all type of nonsense on the sidewalk. I made it aware to one of the council members, and I'm still waiting for it to be taken care of. My first time I spoke about the situation was in December of last year. Now on Washington Street, or Watchtower rather, right behind Liberty Street, you have a bus stop and you got kids coming in left and right. When the time came, you got snow, kids are walking around, kicking it left and right. Are we waiting for kids to be hurt? Then for somebody to come up here and take care of the issue? Because when I got a ticket, not a ticket, I got notification that there was graffiti on my fence. Well, in the picture, you see the gravel on the floor. So that lady that took the picture should have addressed that right then and there. Instead of telling me, hey, worry about the fence, take the graffiti off. It's against the town policy or whatever. That's nonsense. If I got graffiti on my fence, the town should send public works out to take care of it because I didn't put it there. You don't have police presence there. So yeah, we're always going to get defaced because there's no police presence. You know, I feel like the people that live in the valley kind of get left alone. You know, and there's no police presence. There's really nothing for us. You know, and then we come out here and we do the outcry, and you get, yeah, we'll get back to you. We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you. And 6 months later, we're still getting back to you. Like, if you guys don't want to do the job, just bow out. There's no hard feelings. But I shouldn't reach out to any one of my members on this board here about a hazard that could involve children, and you still do nothing. At some point in time, there's accountability. Like I say, you don't want to do the job, just bow out. All right, that's all I have to say. But I would prefer to have more police presence. I would prefer to have maybe some type of surveillance going on down by the old printing press because it's a dump site. You know, you see tires, you see garbage, I see refrigerators. I come outside and say, oh, it's an eyesore. You know, I keep hearing there's going to be some type of, redevelopment in that area, but when is it going to happen? I've been in this town for 15 years. Nothing has changed in that area. You know, but I'm not going to continue rambling. That's all I have to say for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Wu.
Thank you. Next, we have Pamela Williams. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Pamela, and I live on Liberty Street. And I have concerns of the parking. Currently, we have in place alternate sides of the street parking signs. However, many cars are parking on both sides of the street, and it's causing a lot of problems with the traffic. 2 weeks ago, we had an issue where the ambulance was unable to take a patient off of the street without rear-ending another vehicle in their driveway. So this has been an issue for quite some time. The traffic enforcement officer came and ticketed all the cars on one side of the street one day, but that was it. And then there was another officer probably one other week that gave warning signs. People ignore the tickets, and it goes on. And also there are signs at the end of the streets that indicate that there are no parking because it is close to the corner. There has been incidences where cars have collided with cars that are parked at that sign. And again, this is ongoing. I've notified the police on many occasions, and they don't come out unless you call them. Now, I spoke with the traffic enforcement officer, and he said if there's a continuation of this type of behavior, to contact the police. I followed protocol. I contacted the police. The police referred me to to contact the police themselves. So there's a breakdown of communications on how that is the signs are being enforced for parking. Also, there is an issue with the fencing company on Watchtower. There's a continuous noise that comes from that business. And when it comes to the spring and summer, there's a loud noise that is an annoying sound, and all of us can hear it, not just the houses that are directly behind it, but everyone complains about the noise level. because they're cutting material for the fence company. I don't, it's not a problem that there's a business, it's the type of business that it is. And they consistently have large trucks that pull the dumpsters out. The dumpsters itself release a brown smoke into the air, which goes into our backyards, and you can smell it in the air. And when they remove the one full dumpster and replace it with an empty dumpster, when they place the empty dumpster on the ground, it shakes the house. It shakes all of the houses, like the ground shakes. And these houses are very old on this end. So the foundation is compromised. So with that type of business, we have now experienced the quality of life has changed quite a bit. And it's annoying because most of us are now working from home remotely, and to have conference calls, it does not work. Also, just one last thing is that I have been working with the zoning department and the code enforcement department in regards to the fencing company having fences above, fence material above a freight container. The freight container, they had placed material above the privacy fence, and that privacy, so the material comes over on my property, over my property, and that shouldn't be, because it is a privacy fence. So I will just end it there.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Any other members of the public wish to speak? We're seeing Anthony Puglisi. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Anthony Puglisi, Public Information Director for Essex County, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. Good evening to everybody. I'll be very brief. I just want to share information about our upcoming Cherry Blossom Festival. This begins on April 2nd and continues until April 10th. We have a 10K run, a series of bicycle challenge races, a fun run for students, and also the Cherry Blossom, or the Blossom Fest, Bloom Fest Festival. This will be our return after a 2-year hiatus due to the pandemic. Hopefully, Mother Nature will cooperate with us and have the cherry blossoms bloom when we actually have these events. So we look forward to seeing everybody there, and all the information there about the festival is on our website, which is essexcountynj.org. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you. Madam Moderator?
Yep, you're good to handle the rest of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to close public comment. And just heading backwards, I just wanted to say thank you to Anthony. And I think the 64-degree temperature that we saw today was so welcoming. And I hope that that weather does continue so that we can enjoy the county's planned events. Thank you, Anthony, for the information. For Ms. Williams and Mr. Wu, a lot of the issues that were raised we have the police chief and the township engineer. I do hope that you were listening to what they were saying. The graffiti on the fence also was property maintenance and the fencing company. I hear Ms. Williams did already reach out to the zoning official. We can follow up to make sure that those issues are handled. In Mr. Wu's case, I would like to, I don't know Mr. Wu, but I would like to, if he's still listening, to please send your comments to council, COUNCIL, @westorange.org, so that we can address, immediately address concerns that you have. And Bill Bracy, I know so many people are opposed to tax abatements, and that our downtown redevelopment has been stalled for so long. We did just approve resolutions to begin those negotiations, and we did hear during the mayor's presentations at our last meeting that what was projected in our payment in lieu of taxes is 29% over what was projected when that agreement was initially put in place. So we're hoping, again, last meeting, we had resolutions to begin the negotiations for the Film Services District, and that's where we are. So I don't have additional information on that yet. We can hear from the administration if any of those talks have begun, but I don't have that information for you. And Mel Gilly Valdez, I'm really sorry if you felt slighted or offended in any way. I know that I have answered every one of the emails that I received from you. And I was listening to your concern about the Edison lofts. I have families that I know that live there and raised the same concerns. And I immediately brought that to the department, health department. So I do hope that they did follow up with the property manager there at the Edison lofts to resolve the issues that were raised. And for Bill Kelly, I just spoke to the administration yesterday, wondering if we should have an executive session for the negotiations with the fire department and the police department. I think it was too soon. I believe that talks were just yesterday. So that, since that is a matter of litigation, we do want to hear what that update is. And Joe Krakowiak, I sure wish that you did put your questions in an email. I don't have all those the answers right now at my fingertips. And as I just said, we don't know what the status is of the resolutions that were approved just last meeting. And the employee contracts, again, are a matter of litigation. Any other comments? Mr. Gross, would you be able to tell us about the negotiations with police and fire?
Excuse me, Council President, are we going in order or are we just raising our hands to respond?
No, actually what I said last meeting, that we were going to go in reverse alphabetical order.
Okay. All right, I just didn't know if I had to raise my hand. I'll wait.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
John, can you give us the status?
As the council president indicated, this is a matter that is in litigation. We are in ongoing discussions, and we will report to the council when we have something substantive to report. These are sensitive and important negotiations, and we're hopeful for a positive outcome so very soon.
As we all are. Thank you. And Chief or Lenny, Township Engineer, any comments on the concerns that were raised?
Good evening, Council President.
Thank you.
I'll have to check the material that's in that neighborhood that Mr. Wu referred to.
And Ms. Williams, also about the parking concerns that were raised?
Well, I think a lot of it's going to end up being a matter of enforcement. And again, I'll discuss that with both operations and police traffic bureau.
Thank you. Steve?
Council President, if any of these residents want to reach out to me directly at policechief@wopd.org, I'd be happy to meet with them Thursday morning. I have a neighborhood walk put together on Wheeler Street with one of the residents who had some concerns, and just to show that we are responsive. If somebody wants to reach out to me, I'd be happy to put together a neighborhood walk. They can show me what their concerns are. I'll bring together the other department heads and we'll make sure that everything's abated.
Thank you very much for that offer, and both residents are on Liberty Street, so we appreciate the offer too.
We do have a cleanup with DPW scheduled there. I just spoke to Joe Pelos in the last day. So that will take place.
Excellent. Thank you. So Councilwoman Williams,
Thank you, Council
thank you for
President.
marching with me on Sunday.
Yes, you're so welcome. I missed my council colleagues. This was the first time that I had the opportunity to march as the councilwoman, and this is such a wonderful event for the municipality, for us, and I missed you guys. I seriously missed you guys, but we had some fun. It was cold, but we had some fun, so thank you.
Family first.
Absolutely, absolutely. I wanted to just thank our PIO and historian, Mr. Fagan. He is always full of nuggets of information. Thank you so much for sharing the historical perspective of women and their leadership in West Orange. I appreciate that. I did not realize and had never realized that Toby Katz, Toby is just a name that I associate with a man, and I always assumed that Toby Katz was a man. Happy to know that she is girl power. That's amazing. That's amazing. And Mr. Puglisi, we missed you last council meeting, so thank you again for joining us and for always sharing what's going on with the county. Certainly, it is a pleasure and privilege to have the zoo here and to have residents and guests come to West Orange to visit those locations. Maybe we'll get some cherry blossoms planted on Northfield Avenue, you never know. Also wanted to thank Mr. Krakowiak for continuing to join us and share his sentiment and opinions. I apologize if you felt that the words that we shared with you at the last meeting were harsh. However, it is a little unfortunate that when you've sat at this table that you kind of challenge us as if we're doing something nefarious or wrong, when you certainly have a tremendous amount of experience and expertise and understand how government works from this perspective. So yes, it is a little frustrating and disappointing when you challenge us as elected officials and purport that we're doing something inappropriate. So if that is bothersome to you, again, it's bothersome to us. You know how this works, and it's unfortunate for that to happen. Mr. Kelly, certainly, thank you again for your comments with the fire department and the police department. Just please know that we want this to come to a resolution last year. It is unfortunate that it has come to this, but you know, we don't do the negotiations, and so therefore our input is extremely limited. But we do encourage the administration. We've all petitioned Mr. Gross and asked if there's anything we can do. Where are we? We are advocating for some type of resolution where all parties can walk away and feel good about walking away with the compromise. We know that everybody isn't going to get everything that they want in any type of negotiation, but we do look forward to having some type of resolution. We are all in agreement that the pandemic is coming to somewhat of a tabling off. And so with that, we do want to see our workers, our firemen and our police officers and anyone else that's in the administration that has been impacted by this to return back to their jobs to support their families. So again, thank you all for coming on and keeping us informed and advocating for the swift return of members of those departments. Ms. Valdez, thank you again. I have seen your emails, and certainly independently, we may respond to them, but I've also seen where a council president has responded promptly to any of your questions and or concerns. Please also note that as elected officials, we are available. Council meeting is not the only opportunity for any of our residents to reach out to us. We are available collectively, council@westorange.org. We are all also available independently with our first initial and last names at westorange.org. So for me specifically, it would be T. Williams at westorange.org. All of our numbers, contact information is also posted on the township website with cell numbers. So again, feel free. We welcome the opportunity to understand what our residents' needs are. We do talk to them regularly. We may not have had the pleasure of speaking with you and addressing your concerns, but please note that we're here for you. That is why we are here. That is why we want to serve our communities, to make our homes, our residents happy, and our home of West Orange the best suburb that it can possibly be. Mr. Bracy, again, thank you for your comments. We will identify and determine those processes and how development unfolds in West Orange as those plans are brought to us. Of course, we do want to make sure we do not give West Orange away. That has never been the intent. But we know, again, with negotiation, there's always something that is going to have to be agreed upon. So we hope that you trust your elected officials to make the best decisions that are available and that will benefit us best. And Ms. Williams and Mr. Wu, again, thank you all for coming and joining us this evening. We will certainly see if we can respond to all of your concerns in a timely fashion. I would just ask, because you all did identify several concerns, if you would just please email us a list or itemize the concerns that you have so that we can directly address those. Thank you so much to the public for joining us this evening. For those who will watch at a later date, again, we welcome all of your support, all of your feedback, and thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams, and thank you for making the point about accessibility, because we are accessible by phone or email or text messages. Thank you. Mr. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. To Mr. Fagan and Mr. Puglisi, thank you as always for your timely comments and updates. We certainly do appreciate it. Particularly Mr. Fagan with regard to the history of Ms. Toby Katz. That is news to me as well, especially with regard to the Holocaust. That is just, well, that is the kind of stuff I think we need to make sure that folks know. So thank you very much for your timely update. Mr. Krakowiak, you have several questions, some about a lawsuit and others about the development. I'm going to defer to the administration with regard to those questions. I think there are representatives from legal as well as Mr. Gross who are better suited to answer those than me. With regard to the mandate, the vaccine mandate, and bringing firefighters and police officers back. As you know, Mr. Krakowiak, the entire council unanimously has advocated for that. We continue to do so both publicly and privately. And we do expect the administration will take our advocacy as well as the needs of the community into consideration as they move forward. Mr. Gross said there's something imminent. I'll defer to him if he wants to comment further on that. Mr. Kelly, I want you to know in particular that we do sympathize, empathize, understand the situation with regard to the 7 firefighters that are out. We also are aware of the case count and same response that I gave to Mr. Krakowiak. You know that your council members are fully supportive, but it is not a decision that we can make. Ms. Valdez, I understand your concern. I think Mr. Krakowiak also spoke out about the conduct at the last council meeting. I think we can do a better job with regard to how we address the public. I don't think it needs to be as adversarial. One of the things that we have signed up for are uncomfortable conversations. We also, as public servants, frequently get more than our fair share of the blame and not quite our fair share of the credit. But that is also something that we signed up for. So we do take that seriously. And we do understand your your concerns, Mr. Kukoviak and Ms. Valdez. It is my commitment to the public to treat you with the respect that is due, even when we are disrespected, and that does happen. But that is part of what we have signed up for. Mr. Bracy, I expect that town council meetings will be held in person soon. I am looking forward to that day myself. I have not yet been to a town council meeting as an elected official, and certainly am greatly anticipating that moment. Now that town hall is open, I do expect we will be back there soon. Your comments with regard to the employees have already been addressed by me. And with regard to tax abatements, I have said time and time again, I don't think we need to have residential pilots or other tax incentives for residential development. I think West Orange, given where we are, the resources we have, how close we are to New York City, these beautiful hills that we live in, I think it should be easy for developers to develop residential properties without tax incentives. So I do concur with you on that. But there are parts of town that may require an incentive to have additional investment, and that remains a tool that municipalities have used to attract investment, especially for parts of town that desperately need it. Mr. Wu, I accept your criticism, and this is an example of that. I spoke with Mr. Wu today. He is absolutely right. He reached out to me months ago and asked for help with regard to Columbia Street in particular. I have communicated those concerns to the proper folks, and it was not addressed. I take responsibility for that. So what I told Mr. Wu today, and I did follow up on those concerns as well today with additional folks in town in the administration. But what I told them and what I told Mr. Wu was, if it is not cleaned up by this weekend, I will clean it myself. It is an eyesore, it is unsafe, and it is in a part of town, whether it's real or not, where people feel like they are neglected. So again, this is one of those things that as elected officials we have to do. I have given my commitment. It's now, I didn't expect Mr. Wu to come tonight, but I am certainly not going to shy away from it. I spoke to him about it. I gave him a commitment today. I spoke with the administration. I said the same thing to them. And if it is not cleaned up by this weekend, I will be out there with my broom, dustpan, shovel, and black plastic bags, and we'll clean it up myself. With regard to the other issues, the Watchung Avenue bus stop, that's news to me. The police presence, it's that is a very sensitive issue, especially when we have police out on unpaid leave. And we have certainly seen a decrease in the number of police that are on the force. And so we certainly need to do more there. Again, that is not something that the council can directly affect, but we can certainly advocate for. I think it is a good sign that the mayor and his administration held a promotion ceremony just recently for 6 officers. They were highlighted at the beginning of the council meeting. I don't know if you were present for that. So I do take that as a good sign. And I expect that we are certainly going to move in the right direction from here. Last but certainly not least is Ms. Pamela from Liberty Street. I spoke with folks from the administration in particular about the fencing company. And I am unclear and would like clarification as well as to whether or not that side of Columbia Street is included in the redevelopment area. I know the border is Columbia Street. I am unclear as to whether or not that includes both sides of the street, which would then include the fencing company, or just the side of the street where Barton Press is. So I'd like some clarity on that myself. And again, the fencing company, I think they have a good business because they're certainly busy over there. But as we look to redevelop that area, I don't believe that's a good fit. I'm not trying to make any enemies with the business owners, certainly in town, but I think what we're envisioning for that part of town certainly does not include a business of that sort, which is certainly going to produce noise and dust and debris in a way that is, I think, going to take away from the beauty of what we expect to be built there. So I'm happy to defer to the administration. I don't know if they're going to wait until the end after all the council members have commented, but certainly do defer to the administration on the issues that I noted earlier. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Rutherford, and I appreciate your comments and also the remarks about helping to clean up if the situation is resolved. We do have a very eager, fairly new volunteer crew, the West Orange Citizens Against Litter. So you won't have to go out there alone with your broom. We have supplies and trash grabbers and all of those bags. So if that's the case, hopefully it does get cleaned up. But if that's the case, just recently we did Liberty Street, Columbia Street, and Kling Street. There is a lot of activity and traffic over there. So it has to always be in the rotation for this volunteer crew. So we'll keep you posted on the next round. Thank you. Councilwoman Matute Brown.
Thank you, Council President. I will start with Mr. Fagan and Mr. Puglisi, as always, for all of your information and mostly for your time and patience as we go through the entirety of public comments to be able to thank you for your helpful information. Looking forward to the cherry blossoms. Hopefully they will be in season soon. And I agree with Council President with these weathers from today. It should be sooner rather than later. So I will be looking forward towards that. Firefighter Kelly, I will say that like my council colleagues have expressed to you already, we all have conversations with the administration. I have expressed firmly, I don't say things out in public against the administration that is a kind of gotcha game. So Mr. Gross and I had a conversation this afternoon and I expressed very clearly and firmly that for me, it would be unconscionable for this administration to terminate the 7 firefighters. There's a total of 14 officers and 1 non-uniform who will remain on unpaid leave. While I have no authority as a council member because the prerogative is that of the mayor, to me, it would be unconscionable because you guys were out there long before there was a vaccine, long before a mask mandate. You know, you were there to protect and represent the rest of us. And I'm hopeful that there is some settlement in the near future with respect to your negotiations. I am happy to say, however, that at least I hear that you are negotiating, both the fire department and the administration, and I hope for the same for our police officers as well. Thinking about that process to me and what that would look like on April 15th is really, really upsetting. So I've expressed that to the administration. Hopefully we can come to some sort of agreement, the administration can, but please know that we are supporting, we are advocating, and that's all we can do under these circumstances since we do not have the purview of hiring. That is completely up to the administration. But those are my feelings, and I have expressed that to the administration as well. So rest assured that you do have support from the council. Looking forward to all of you coming back to work sooner than later. To Mr. Kukorvic, I'm sorry, you spoke before, Mr. Kelly. I really will not get into the allegations that you made with respect to my behavior specifically. It's interesting, however, that you call the only 2 people of color, the only 2 women of color out for our responses. And because I'd heard some social media comments about how appalled some people were with my response. And just to be clear, sometimes the truth does sound offensive, but it is the truth. I refuse to continue to engage in misleading the public when you made comments like you have secrets from the public, when you well know that anything in litigation is not to be discussed, and we don't discuss it. The mayor did make a presentation at that time. He did say that they were working on a plan. So there's nothing to provide at this time. So I think your allegations of being abused, verbally abused, I'm sorry, I had to find the word, verbally abused or unfounded when it's merely the truth that I speak. I don't appreciate that you, having served on the council for 10 years, continue to mislead the public. It's just simply unfair. And if that is offensive to you, then I am sorry. However, that is the truth. When there's information that we are able to report to the public, we do so. The mayor also said that he would be convening the public, as we did when we purchased Rock Spring. Convening the public at this time is of zero consequence since there is no plan that has been worked out to date. With respect to your other questions, I don't have information about a lawsuit, a workers' compensation lawsuit that was recently settled, you mentioned. However, if we did have advance notice of particularly a workers' compensation lawsuit, but any lawsuit, again, your experience as a council member, you know well that it's not something that we can discuss, particularly when it's a personnel matter. So I really don't understand why you would ask us to divulge personnel information. That's not something that we would ever do, nor could we. You spoke about Supreme Court agreed to hear his appeal. Okay, that's the same. With respect to the redevelopment, and we'll just have to wait and see. I can't tell you a plan because there is none. Remember where you are? I absolutely do remember where I am and why I am here. Again, I was very clear the last time. I know that this is recorded. I responded to you accordingly, and it is my position that I was not offensive to you. But again, if the truth is offensive, my apologies. Ms. Valdez, Elm Street, asking again for better communication and transparency, better composure and behavior. I will just refer you to the same that I just responded to Mr. Kukorviak. However, whenever you have reached out, and you do reach out via email to ask questions, I do see either council president or myself or any other council members respond to your emails very timely. With respect to the mayor, it's unfortunate. I can't tell you why he's not answering your emails. Unfortunately, that's not, again, within the purview of this council. I don't know what to tell you about that, about his emails about he not being responsive to your specific email. Mr. Bracy, with respect to the downtown redevelopment that was addressed earlier, and once that does come to the council, it will be, as it was last time, there will be a public session for the community to be involved and participate in discussions just the way that we did when we purchased Rock Spring Golf Course. Mr. Wu and Ms. Williams, I'm glad that both our engineer and our police chief are going to look into your issues, and I echo those responses from my council colleagues. Please do send the email with a list of the concerns so that we can have the check off and follow up with them accordingly. And Council President, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilwoman Castellino, the closer.
Closer. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, everyone who came on the call this evening. I'm going to start off with Liberty Street. So thank you to the residents that came out, Ms. Williams and Mr. Wu. I had spoken to one of our business owners in that area, very tough area because it is where industrial section meets our residential section. And unfortunately, people don't always respect the residents and even some of our business owners. One of our business owners right on the corner there was getting, literally, people were dumping trash on their property. He's gonna have to put a camera out to see who the person is. These situations get very tough because unless you see who is contributing to the problem, it's hard to fix the problem. However, Miss Brill had some, because that is in the downtown area, and this was in my report for tomorrow night. We have a meeting. Miss Brill has some pictures that she has collected to and been working with administration. It's tough. Chief, I just want to remind you about the recycling trucks. I think that's a problem too, whether the residents don't put out proper recycling and it blows over because it was windy last week. A few times that has happened. Some of the residents have told me, but still, if you put out your recycling and it's windy out, you have to pick it up. And, there's time to time, I get a piece, I get things that blow onto my property. I can't stand seeing any litter on my property. So we all have to do our part and just not leave it there. But this is a bigger issue. Something's going on. It could be someone just dumping trash for whatever reason, and that just isn't right. And we're going to have to figure out and get it resolved. As far as the fence company is concerned, again, it's where industrial meets residential. I'm sure they're cutting their pipes during the day as long as they're staying within the noise ordinance with the time of when they're running their business. Very hard these days with folks working from home. Not used to hearing all these, other noises from other businesses, but, businesses are entitled to operate as long as they're functioning and operating within their proper guidelines and parameters. So something that we all have eyes on, and we look to resolve it for you sooner than later. Liberty Street, that area, Columbia, was where we were hoping to get the neighborhood preservation grant last year. We're going to be reapplying again this year. You don't always get it the first time around, so hopefully we'll be able to get some more grant funds in to help preserve that neighborhood. And moving on to redevelopment. So so redevelopment is scheduled to come that way. We are waiting for the plan. I thought the mayor gave a very good, thorough presentation for what he could share at that particular time. As we said at the last meeting, and I'll continue to say at this meeting, we will have public comment, we will be transparent, but a plan has to be formulated, and there are steps in that. We're not the first town to go into redevelopment. If you've been driving up and down Route 10, Livingston, redevelopment, all the new stores and office building renovations, redevelopment. Verona, residential redevelopment. Verona, Bloomfield Avenue, right by Verona Park, the old flag building up on by Prospect Avenue and Bloomfield Avenue, redevelopment. And Caldwell Town Center. Bloomfield, have you been through Bloomfield recently and seen all the work there? Redevelopment. And yes, Roseland, Becker Farm Road. So, we all don't want to just rely on tax abatements. We're hoping that's not going to be the full case with this project, but these are baby steps, and we will continue to presenting these projects in good faith and continue to vote on what's beneficial to move our township forward. This is our time, as we've been saying, to move our township forward, and we're going to be careful, we're going to be thorough, and we're also going to use all the tools that we can use to get the job done. And so residents such that live on Liberty Street and Columbia Street won't be having these issues in the future. So be patient. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for sharing. There are also folks too on our website. If you go on the front of the website, you could make a complaint that will get logged in and go directly. So I know it's great to email all of us, but we all have other jobs and may not get back to you right away. But you can go to the township website and put it in writing, and that complaint goes directly I think Mr. Gross and the chief will see it as well, and to the department head. So that is the quickest, fastest way to get your complaint to a director in the township. So please utilize that whenever possible. Firefighter Kelly and all our police and fire and you know, my colleagues have expressed our support. You know, not a secret, administration knows, you know, I've been against this mandate from day one. I don't believe in mandates. I support people getting vaccinated, but I would hope we would get our employees to a resolution in a different manner. Unfortunately, when this became a negotiation, it snowballs. And now, you know, everyone's in a situation where on both sides have to be reasonable and have to work it out to get all of our employees back to work. And I hope and pray that resolves soon, because I think this began in October. This is just heartbreaking, especially because we know you were out there and many of you got sick from being out there. And, you know, I just hope it resolves, but now it's in the position where both sides have to come to the table, not just one. So I really hope it resolves and it works itself out, because it is heartbreaking. So with that, I'm not going to get into my former colleague. You always have great questions and you challenge us, and you know, you could get the best of us up here. And you know, I appreciate all the questions, but you know, it is frustrating for, you know, me and my colleagues. You know, there are, you know, we talk about lawsuits. We can't discuss things in public. We can have the attorneys jump in and they could discuss it. But as far as transparency, every single one of us is always transparent. You could call us anytime, reach out to us. We're very accessible. So I'm just not going to play with that this evening. But thank you. And I always do appreciate the questions, because I always learn something. And from that, let's see here, cover this. So I'm going to go on to Mr. Fagan and his report, and really appreciate it, talking about former Councilwoman Toby Katz. I had the honor or privilege of seeing her as a councilwoman years ago, and boy, let me tell you, she was something else. She was tenacious. She sat there with her fellow council colleagues. I remember Councilman Skarbnik, a good friend of mine, Councilman Keogh, Councilman Giudetta, and she was great when it came to a debate. And she really did a lot for our senior citizens. And such an honor for the Civic Center in Degnan Park to be named after her. She was a wonderful, wonderful lady. So thank you, Mr. Fagan, for highlighting her this evening, and for always making sure we remember our great West Orange history. So thank you. Council President, that's all I have this evening.
Council President, can I just jump in? I just want to correct something that I stated.
I want to thank Councilwoman Kathleen for your remarks. Thank you.
Say again, I'm so sorry.
No, Councilwoman Matthew Brown, yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. First, I'm going to say thank you, Councilman Rutherford, for emailing me the referenced material or subject material that Mr. Krokoviak had referenced. I want to, I, for whatever reason, misunderstood what his question was with respect to litigation and workers' comp. But obviously there is something that was added to our agenda after Thursday. So that is something that I am aware of, and we will be discussing that during the portion of our consent agenda. being out of state for work in the last week and just getting in yesterday late. I did not have a chance to print out, but have now. Thank you, Councilman Rutherford, for sharing that. But just wanted to clarify that because I know that people will be eager to get on social media and say she didn't know what she was talking about. But just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
And wait, one more thing, I'm sorry. With respect to Ms. Valdez, you did ask about the Oprah request. Madam Clerk, are you able to respond to that?
Yes, of course. So I went back and go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that Councilwoman Matute Brown, that I did just go over my notes and saw that Mel Valdez did ask about the Oprah, and I was hoping that you were going to respond. So thank you. Madam Clerk?
Sure. So we received the Oprah request on the morning of March 8th. There's sometimes a little confusion with Oprah because people don't realize that the clock starts the day after we receive the request. So the clock started on March 9th. 7 business days brings us to March 17th, which is Thursday. We are aware of the request, and we obviously will, have a response on or before Thursday to Ms. Valdez. I don't want her to think that it's being ignored. It's not. It's, we have not received all of the material at this point, so we will absolutely respond to her in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Council President, for that personal point of privilege to correct the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, here's Philip. We're going to move ahead with our agenda.
Okay. Consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, March 1st, 2022.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bills, none. Resolutions. This evening, Mr. Moon, our attorney, asked that resolutions 5622, 5722, and 5822, all to do with the proposed cannabis-related businesses, be pulled off the consent agenda. So I have that noted.
So, Madam Clerk, I believe that is because we're going to put those under pending matters.
Yes.
To have a discussion as was discussed at my understanding at the Cannabis Advisory Task Force, to set that up like an ABC hearing.
Okay.
So that's why we're not pulling them, but moving them.
Okay. Well, okay. That's fine.
Mark, yes, correct me if that's not the case. Is that the case? Are we moving them?
Yeah, that's my understanding that it was the request that it be handled
Yes.
similar
Yes.
to ABC type hearing.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to remind my colleagues too that we did introduce the steep slope ordinance on first reading. I know Mr. Hess is on this call. If you did have any questions, he's here to answer any of those questions, and we will do that on first reading during that portion of the agenda.
Are there any other resolutions being pulled off the consent agenda this evening?
Council President, if I could ask, not to vote against it, but just so that we can discuss it, are the resolutions that we got late. At the late edition with respect to, it is 50, hold on a second, I just had it.
Yeah.
The resolution 60-22 and 59-22.
Yeah. Okay, that will be for discussion. We'll start that now. I did have a question. I see that Mr. Lepore is on the call. Lenny, on resolution 5222, that's the resolution.
56.
Oh, I'm sorry.
59. Sorry. I think she said 59, 22, and 60, 22, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Right, those are questions. I had another question for Mr. Lepore on resolution 5322. That was the community. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the one on Valley Road. And it was about paving and street lighting And would that be in conjunction with Joe Alpert's group at the Harvard Press? And what comes first? Should Joe Alpert finish up his project and then we do street lighting and paving? Just a timeline there.
Good evening again, everybody. Right now, we're in a little bit of a delay on Mitchell Street. The county is scheduled to replace a culvert that's along the boundary line between Orange and West Orange. I'm waiting for that to be completed before we even think of starting our work. And our work's going to be done in conjunction with the redevelopment project.
Great. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Gross, if you could answer the question on 5922 about the rebid for workers' compensation.
Yeah, yes, that is a bid or a RFP process that we put out. One of the potential bidders had issues with it. We did not necessarily agree with their issues, but frankly, sometimes it's rather better to agree to disagree and move forward rather than spending the money litigating issues that are not consequential to us. So I don't know if Mr. Moon wants to comment any further, but that's from the administration's point of view.
Yeah, ultimately, I'm familiar with the background of that litigation. Ultimately, as Mr. Gross had said, it was an objection to, they basically were arguing that we didn't provide them sufficient information. Our position is we did. We had 3 other bidders that bid on the contract in lieu of litigating this issue that ultimately we decided to basically obtain the information they wanted and rebid the contract as the resolution calls for.
Council President, if I may have a follow-up question?
Please, yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Mr. Moon, the issue let me just ask first, the rebidding, has anything changed in this rebidding process?
Oh, the substance of the contract, the RFP hasn't changed. The only thing, the only changes that are made was that, so this is a contract for a third-party administration. Basically, so one of the issue was that this plaintiff had wanted the information regarding some of the data, the historical data regarding workers' comp claims for the township. While we had provided some of it, their position was there was additional information that the township didn't include in their RFP. Our position was that it was not information that we needed to provide for bidders to provide an intelligent bid. Nevertheless, in lieu of going down a long road of litigation, we determined to basically reach out to the insurance fund and get the information and add it as part of the RFP.
I certainly appreciate that response. I just want the members of the public to be very clear on, it's not that the township gave information or provided information to any other bidders beyond that was provided to this plaintiff in this matter. So thank you for your response in that regard. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. And Mr. Lepore, the other question was on the late edition of the maintenance on various township-owned parcels.
Yes, for the approximately the past 10 years, the township has outsourced the maintenance of a little bit over 100 different parcels of property, primarily grass cutting, debris collection, shrub maintenance. That contract ended last year, and the recommendation from the administration, we took bids, only have one bidder. It's the same company that's been performing this work for the past 10 years and recommending that this contract be awarded to them. Even includes an option to maintain the premises at 10 Rooney Circle. We're not necessarily about to trigger that work but this contract will allow us to have this vendor provide the service at that property.
Thank you, Mr. Lepore.
Council President, I had a follow-up question for Mr. Gross, actually, on the same resolution. I'm sorry, Mr. Gross,
Yes.
with respect to two things. So it's a twofold, because I'm just trying to anticipate the narratives that will be purported as opposed to you explaining them and how they are. So when we go out to outsource, what's the logic behind outsource? Because we do have DPW, and I would imagine that some residents would ask, why are we not using DPW? Why don't we use our guys as opposed and gals as opposed to outsourcing?
Well, the reality is that the outsourcing in this particular one is something that's been done probably now for not here for the last 10 years, but in many municipalities for as much as 20 years. And that's because it's frankly so much less expensive to do that. And in addition to that, we have manpower issues, and frankly, our staff have more important jobs that they can do as well to get done. So in terms of allocating resources, it just makes a lot more sense to privatize things that are much less expensive than we can provide, and to take our skilled labor force and use them for things that are more complicated and more important.
Thank you. I again, just not questioning the rationale, but I wanted to express that to those members of the public so that there is no question as to, we have DPW and they're giving out contracts for friends and things of those nature. Thank you for your response, Mr. Gross. Mr. Lepore, can you possibly identify why we only have one bidder? I know that this is not an extension of that contract, but in this service industry, why would we only have one bidder?
I don't think we've ever had, I don't want to say we've never had more than one, but for the few times that we've bid this, I think it's quite a large endeavor to have personnel and equipment to maintain all our large parcels, such as O'Connor Park, Stagg Field, Colgate Field, as well as maintaining all our smaller buildings and the grounds around them, such as our municipal building. And then there's all sorts of oddball size projects or size parcels, sidewalks that go underneath Route 280 at Pleasant Valley Way. There's just a lot of property. It's spread over 12 square miles. I can't speak as to why there aren't more. I'm fortunate that we do have one because I think, as Mr. Gross said, if we didn't have one to step in or continue, we simply don't have the personnel. So I can't really say why there aren't. It's advertised in accordance with law. I think, and maybe some of them look at the history of who's responded, and maybe they don't think they can compete with some of the recent bid prices.
I certainly appreciate that perspective. I hadn't thought about vendors actually looking at who's responding to know whether or not they are able to even compete, but that's a good perspective for me to understand. Thank you, Mr. Lepore, and thank you, Council President.
Most welcome. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I just want to just add to the conversation real quick. Machinery, I would definitely know from talking to people in that industry that is instrumental. You need that machinery. It's expensive to be able to handle that kind of maintenance for us, number one. And just real quick, Mr. Lepore, you mentioned 10 Rooney. I've asked you this before, if you could just quickly share with my colleagues how we're managing the interior of the building. You just mentioned the exterior. I know it's on the resolution. I apologize, Council President, but just share with them what you shared with me about the interior of the structure.
Well, right now, and Mr. Gross is here also. I think we've resumed or still have a management company that is overseeing that right now for us. As you know, the first 2 levels of that building are vacant at this time.
That's
Thank
correct.
you.
That's correct. We have a management company. It's the same management company that managed the property for the previous owner. We decided to engage them, at least initially, so that we could learn more about the property, and from them as the long-term management of the property. We have a very important tenant there, and it's important for us to make sure that the property continues to remain at least as good, if not better, than it has been historically. So it's just something that we actually deal with on a daily basis, and over time we'll make a decision about moving forward with that maintenance. But as of right now, we're maintaining the status quo.
And Mr. Gross, you could say this depending manager, you don't have to answer it now, but I just, also the management plan for how, our new purchase with the properties from Prism, how we're going to manage maintenance on those properties. So you could share in pending matters. I just wanted to bring that up tonight as well. Thanks.
We went
Council
right
President.
Yes, thank you. We went right into questions on resolutions. Are there any other comments or questions? Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. We have under the agenda resolution supporting 55-22, supporting Ukraine's government and citizens. I know you mentioned support in the beginning, but I think it would be appropriate if we read that into the record.
Would you like to do that?
Certainly. If you want me to do that now or whenever it's appropriate.
You can do that right now.
All righty. And of course, I have to find it, and it is, okay, not right.
Council President,
I have it, Andy.
May I suggest that we give it a little bit, and thank you, Councilwoman Williams, for bringing that to the attention, because it would be, I think, and just, we'd be remiss if we did not just do it separately from the consent agenda. And then Councilwoman Williams, if she pleases to read it, it would be nice to have its own independent vote. That's just my suggestion, Council President.
I am still cognizant of Mr. Hess sitting there, so I really would like to just read it now into the record. Councilwoman, I have it right here.
I have it. I'm ready.
All right, go. Thank you.
The Township of West Orange, Essex County, New Jersey, a resolution of the Township Council of the Township of West Orange supporting Ukraine's government and citizens. Whereas the nation of Russia has invaded with deadly military force the independent nation of Ukraine in an unprovoked act of hostility that has been condemned by all freedom-loving nations, and whereas the Ukrainian people and its government have shown unwavering bravery in response to the unprovoked act of aggression by the Russians and continue to strive towards a democratic and independent state, despite Russia's crime against peace, and whereas the Township of West Orange condemns the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and any actions by Russia to escalate the conflict further, and calls on Russia to return to diplomatic solutions to resolve this conflict. And whereas the Township of West Orange, the state of New Jersey, and the United States support a democratic and independent Ukraine, free of the influence of Russia or any other country. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of West Orange, County of Essex, State of New Jersey, that the township condemns the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and supports the citizens of Ukraine in pursuing democracy and independence. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Clerk, for adding that to our agenda. Thank you very much. Heartfelt. Okay. I am going, this is not a question, but this is just a comment on the first resolution. We jumped to the end when we talked about moving the cannabis, but the first resolution approving the tax appeal settlement with Verizon. This started exactly a year ago. It was these are cell towers that through the planning and zoning board, we were seeing so many companies putting their equipment on our cell towers here in town because of our topography. And I had questioned what gets taxed, and I found out that only their equipment gets taxed, and yet it was prime real estate that they were sitting on. And I had mentioned to our tax officials and our tax assessor, they said there is so much pushback on this, and I was wondering why the land itself wasn't being taxed. And as you can see, these are affirmatives, very complicated. Mr. Blau told me these are very complicated valuation cases, and he has experts working on them with him. And you can see going back to 2016, the increase in proposed new assessments on each one of the towers on Marcella Avenue and on Eagle Rock Avenue. So I am very pleased that he did pursue the request concerning the real property located at 10 Marcella and Eagle Rock. So just a nice little, excellent proposed new assessments that are increasing, that will be increasing our tax assessments going back to 2016.
Well, great thinking, Council President.
Thank you.
And if I can add that not only does that result in some extra dollars in our coffers from the settlement, it also is a matter of fairness. It's a matter of making sure that that every taxpayer is paying the proper percentage of their taxes. The assessment is the way that we allocate, any particular property owner's share of the tax bill. And this for way too long has been a situation where these particular types of taxpayers haven't paid their fair share. So this is really a big win for the taxpayers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council President, can I just ask a question for clarification? And I don't pretend to really understand this fully, but just reading through it, it looks like the assessed value goes down after 2019. Is that not right? So, it goes up from 16 to 19, and then in 2020, the total is less. 2021, the total is less. 2022, the total is less. Can help me understand why that's the case?
No, I'm not reading it that way. I see the current assessment from 2016 was 1,025,000. The proposed new assessment is 2,175,700. 2017 is also going up. I don't have the differential here, but each one is going up by 1 point.
So let me read it for you then. If you look at the total, which is the bottom number in each category, and I don't know who would prefer to answer this, but it's going from 1,025,000. We're at 2016 numbers. 1,025,000 requested judgment. The total is now 2,175,700. So obviously that's higher. 2017, we still with the original assessment of 1,025,000. The total is now 2.3 million, 2.381. Go to 2018, it goes up to 2.415. 2019, 2.695. But then in 2020, it goes down to 2.656. And then 2021, 2.59. 2022, 2.5. I don't understand that.
Well, it probably had, again, I wasn't involved in the actual negotiations of it. But I can tell you that as ratios change in a case like this, so might the values in order to reflect the settlement. And to keep in mind, 2025 is our revow, and everything is up in the air and changes after that. So if indeed, in order to get a settlement, there was some concession made in those last 2 years, it's not really of much comport since there's going to be a revow. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a big number. I don't, it goes from roughly 2.7 to 2.5 over 4 years, right? I don't think that's a big difference, and it's certainly a lot more than twice as much as it was originally. So, kudos to the attorneys for getting that done. I just wanted, from my own understanding, to know how we got to that place where we would increase it so significantly, only to decrease it slightly over the course of time.
Like I said, it's difficult to say in negotiations like that. Oftentimes, there are objectives that owners have as well that may be related to something that's particular to them. So I just don't know the answer to that. I certainly could ask and find out, but I don't have it tonight.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, John.
We can look at that. Okay. So we do not have any ordinances on second and final.
I have to make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented.
Okay, thank you. Again, we do not have any ordinances on second and final reading. We have an ordinance on first reading, the ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7 traffic, restricting parking zones of revised general ordinance, the Township of West Orange. So this is this is from Mr. Lepore. Also,
I'll make a motion to move it.
Thank
okay,
you.
Thank you. And this is to provide handicap parking spaces at 53 Rollinson Street and 24 Nutman Place.
Is there a second?
Second.
I don't know who said, okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes. And again, I have a reminder that if you do have any questions on the steep slope ordinance that was introduced at our last meeting, to bring your questions forward for Mr. Hess. Mr. Hess, thank you for your patience. And happy birthday to you as well. Sorry. Sorry to eat up your birthday.
Thank you.
Birthday time
Thank
on
you,
our
Mrs.
calendar.
Wilson.
Yeah. So when this was first introduced, sir, I had questioned about what would happen. How do we create that safe zone at the toe of a cliff if it's on adjacent property? So should there be something in this ordinance that would require an agreement or necessary to create that safe zone if there is going to be an effect on neighboring property? Was that incorporated in this new?
Yes, it was incorporated in the revision that I sent this afternoon. There were several items that I added, and they were highlighted in green. Under information required, we list a colored topographic map prepared and signed by a licensed engineer and surveyor showing contours at 2-foot intervals. We have modified that to require extending a minimum of 200 feet beyond the property lines. So if the steep slope is on the adjoining property, the surveyors have to get topo extending for 200 feet. So it would incorporate that slope. In addition, under the for information required for steep slope areas, we've added a condition that says if the parcel being developed is adjacent to a parcel with steep slopes, then the developer shall obtain the approval of the owner of the adjacent parcel to perform the required geotechnical analysis to determine the slope stability and the potential for rock slides. If the developer is unable to obtain the approval of the owner, then the geotechnical engineer shall evaluate the worst case scenario and shall provide an appropriate rock fall zone as discussed above, which was in one of the earlier items in the revised ordinance. Also, where we talk about areas at the top of a steep slope, I re-looked at that and added a couple of changes. One, we say now for areas at the top of a steep slope or adjacent to a parcel with steep slopes. So we've added adjacent to the parcel. We had previously listed a minimum setback of 30 feet. We re-looked at that with our geotechnical engineer, and we're increasing that to 50 feet as a separation from the top of slope to any proposed improvements such as building, roads, etc. And then we further state that where development is near steep slopes greater than 30%, we increase that separation to 100 feet. And then that's a number, we've added that as into number, what's now number 16. In addition, under paragraph 25-28.8, limitations on development in steep slope areas, revise subsection A to agree with the 50 feet. I'll strike that. We've revised, it says that no soil or vegetation shall be disturbed or structures constructed within 100 feet of a ridge line, cliff face, or rock cuts. We've added, unless otherwise recommended by a qualified professional geotechnical engineer, performing the geotechnical analysis stipulated in paragraph 12 above. So if they haven't, if it's someone who didn't have an engineer, they want to make changes to the property, they are allowed to go within 100 feet, and you do have existing houses that are within that. But we do have the caveat that if a professional geotechnical engineer performs the geotechnical analysis and determines that 100 feet, in that instance, 100 feet is excessive, they could reduce it to the 50 feet that we list in the new comment that we added. So it would be a minimum of 50 feet, but increasing to 100 if the slope is greater than 30%. So we have added those to address the concerns that were brought to my attention, both by Mr. Lepore, by Susan, and also a member of the public who had contacted me.
Okay. And I had one more, and that was in section 28.5, the exceptions, and that was on an existing single-family home that was built before this ordinance approval, additions to such homes or rebuilding of such homes after disaster. And you and I spoke about this, about does it exist, or if there's any development on the existing footprint, and what if it were to, Mr. Kaiser had commented on this as well.
Right, and in this section, this is what previously existed. We had not made any changes to it. If the council feels it's appropriate, we can certainly add that the any additions would be restricted to the building footprint. The only concern is if somebody has a house and they want to build on the side of the house that's opposite the steep slope, would that, would they be restrained from doing that by putting that restriction in this ordinance?
Well, I guess it would have to be worded where it's not near the slope.
Right, I think would have to have a caveat to that effect added to the ordinance.
Yeah.
I could certainly do that and send you a revised copy tomorrow if that's what the council would like.
Right, because I feel the whole purpose is to stay away from the slope.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Mr. Kaiser, you look like you're ready to say something.
Well, just given the changes, the number of changes and the significance of the changes, and given that the planning board is going to be reviewing this at its April 6th meeting, I suspect that we're going to be reintroducing this ordinance as modified after that April 6th meeting. We'll see what the planning board says. And I think we could probably do it right after that. I'm not sure when the next meeting after, I think we meet April 5th. And so whenever the following meeting is, we'd re-advertise and reintroduce this ordinance. But it wouldn't have to go back before the planning board again, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Council colleagues, any comments or questions that you might have for Mr. Hess while we have him here?
My hand is up, Council President. Thank you. Two things, just as we move through these ordinances, just for the public's sake, if we could just let them know what numbers it is that we've changed in the steep slope. I know that we had the advantage of discussing this during the last council meeting and had some questions then, but it would just be helpful. And the updates that were sent, I do have the last update, not today's update. If it was sent today or yesterday, I don't see that in my email.
It was sent this afternoon.
At what time? I'm trying to look for it and I don't see it. I'm not saying it's not here, I'm just missing it.
I don't have it either.
It may not have been sent to the whole council. I don't believe I received a copy either. I think it.
So I feel it's just, it's unfortunate because we don't have any questions to address to Mr. Hess because we don't have the updated ordinance.
Right. I did not have addresses for the whole council. I had been dealing with Susan McCartney, Mr. Lepore, and Mr. Gross. So, and I had addressed it to those three. So and it was at 3:38 this afternoon that I had sent it out.
Well, I think that I'd like to request that we have the opportunity to, and I'm going to guess that there are going to be changes, so we may start the process all over again.
And if there's any questions, my email address is on the email that I sent. Any questions, please send them to me and I'll respond immediately.
Absolutely. If you can just re-forward that, or Council President, can you forward it to the rest of your colleagues so that we have the benefit of reading what the changes were and we can ask the questions then. Thank you, Mr. Hess, for your patience, and we might be redundant the next time we meet, but I apologize. None of us had the benefit of reading your latest submission.
Councilwoman Tupac, so the ordinance that was introduced is what we were questioning. People were sending in, as John said, I had questions. I called him directly. Was a resident that submitted something. Mr. Kaiser had a couple of grammatical things that were changed. But the ordinance is the same, so that's really what it is that we're questioning.
So Mr. Hess did mention, unless I misunderstood, that he did make some changes to the red line version that we currently have from the first ordinance. Is there a difference? I thought I heard him say that he made some changes to the last proposal, and those changes were submitted in the email that was sent this afternoon at 3:30. So if we can have that email and that ordinance, it'd be great. Thank you.
I'll send that to you. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, I did not get it either. I did not know we were going to discuss this tonight, but having heard Mr. Hess, and thank you for your diligence, I may have misunderstood what you said, but for slopes that are greater than 30%, the setback from the top of the slope is now 100 feet.
That's right.
But it could be reduced to 50 feet if a geotechnical professional of some sort says that it's safe. Is that accurate?
It could be. That's correct. Yes.
So how do we prevent developers from shopping professionals that will give them the response that they want?
Well, we're establishing criteria for professional geotechnical engineer. So and they have to have a minimum of a certain number of years experience and demonstrated experience in geotechnical engineering, including rock engineering. There's no professional engineer that I know of that's basically going to change his opinion based on a developer shopping the project to him. If he's a qualified professional, he's going to come up with the same results as other qualified professionals with same experience.
Gotcha. I mean, that just struck me as creating an incentive for developers to seek friendly professionals, for lack of a better way of characterizing that. Yeah, and I think that's something that we should be considering as we do consider it in the next meeting. I guess it'll be brought up, or whenever. I guess it'll be 2 meetings, second meeting in April.
Not till April. Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, that's something that I'd like to kind of flesh out. I would be concerned, especially if it's a well-heeled, well-financed developer who has submitted, multiple projects to a professional, and there is a very friendly relationship there. I would hate for that relationship to, skew the results favorably for developer in a situation like that. The reason that this is here is because 44 families were displaced. We have these hillsides here, and we don't want to have that kind of situation again. Thank you, Council President.
And I would hope that is not the case for any type of engineering firm that we would ever use. So any other questions? Mr. Lepore, do you have anything to add? I know that you and John have been talking.
Just I am here.
Awesome. Well, just if you had any comments or anything for John, I know that.
No, I think one of the concerns that was expressed by me since the last introduction is that we may have rock faces in town that are not part of a property that is before a land use board for a development application, but yet they could be impacted by the proposed development. So again, what this does is it goes 200 feet in all directions beyond the property line of an applicant, and that will be used to determine where steep slopes may exist off the property, and for similar analysis to be done off the property as if those steep slopes or rock face were on the property.
Mm-hmm. Right. Geotechnical analysis is throughout this whole ordinance now.
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino. Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for having the Mr. Hess come on this evening. I appreciate it in advance. I assume we'll be getting that red line version. I didn't hear many, significant changes. So is this going to be on second reading, or you're going to revise it and it's still on first? I mean second, or do you have to redo it and it'll be on first reading next time? Was my question.
I think I already spoke to this, Councilwoman. I think given the changes, it's going to probably have to be reintroduced, and
Yes.
it probably makes sense to wait until after the planning board considers it, because they may have other suggestions and they're going to have to be talked out as well. So I think it makes sense to, I suspect it's going to have to be reintroduced.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Timing
Casey.
of it, our next meeting is April 5th. The planning board isn't until April 6th. So it would be at our second meeting.
Second in April. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, no, thank you. Anything else? Any other comments? Mr. Hess?
Thank you, Council President. I have nothing else to offer.
All right, then we'll get the revisions and comments incorporated, and we'll send to all the council. COUNCIL, council@westorange.org.
Thank you.
Thank you. And happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we move the, do we reconvene or do we adjourn as the council, or this is all part of the council meeting? No. Okay. So the resolutions on cannabis, 56-22, 57-22, and 58-22, we are going to have that council discussion at this time. Yes. Mr. Moon?
Yeah, that sounds good. What we've done is we've asked each of the three applicants who have been recommended for a resolution of local support to be available to address any questions or clarifications or concerns that any of the members of the council may have regarding their applications. The Cannabis Business Advisory Task Force had reviewed the applications that were submitted to the township and had prepared an evaluation report, which I circulated to members of the council, as well as which was posted on the township's website, outlining and describing both the task force's analysis as well as their recommendations. So I'll leave it up to council and council president how you want to address it, whether one by one. We can go alphabetically and have each of the applicants available and have them brought in as panelists to address any specific questions that you may have regarding their application and the resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I would like to ask the task force, though, the criteria that you use to determine what it is that we are reviewing this evening.
So let me lay out a little bit of the process.
Yeah.
Actually, today was the day that the State Cannabis Commission has opened up their portal for applications for state licenses for cannabis retail businesses. One of the requirements that every applicant is going to have is that they need two things from the municipality. The first is a letter from a zoning officer confirming that the proposed property for the cannabis retail business complies with all of the zoning requirements of that municipality. That is something that I've coordinated with the zoning officer, and we have those ready for the three applicants. And the second part is a what's called evidence of local support, which in this case is a resolution to be adopted by this council saying that the location that's being proposed is based on the sort of determination of this council is a suitable location for a cannabis retail business. And once those resolutions, if they are adopted or when they are adopted, the applicants can proceed with taking both the zoning letters and the resolutions and including that as part of their application to the State Cannabis Commission. As far as the evaluation criteria, essentially there was an assortment of documents that we wanted to see. Mainly we wanted to see whether there was some sort of site control of any specific property in the township that would be the proposed location of each of the cannabis businesses, whether it be a lease, whether it be an agreement of sale, whether it be a memorandum of understanding or any type of conditional agreement for use of the property. And then we wanted to see a couple of, there were submissions related to environmental plans, how they would deal with certain waste and things such of that nature. We wanted them to include a pro forma, some sort of financial documentation to show what their projections were to see whether or not they were going to be feasible businesses moving forward. There were some submissions regarding security measures. As you well know, the police chief was part of the task force, and obviously one of the concerns is that each of these businesses has a plan to make sure that all the security measures will be in place if they were to operate. But as set forth in the evaluation report, the main primary concern was location. The task force took it very seriously about where these proposed locations would be. And talked about whether the properties that they were proposing to utilize were appropriate for a cannabis retail business. The three that were recommended, the task force felt that they were situated and at locations that a lot of the concerns were about whether there would be, as this council has expressed certain concerns regarding schools and houses of worship. It was consideration to ensure that none of the proposed locations would be near schools or houses of worship. They were also concerns about whether they were near locations that were frequented by minors or teenagers or whatnot. And those were, and essentially whether or not the building itself, the proposed property itself, had the sort of physical infrastructure to support a retail business. There was no sort of specific limitations or like numbers or specific measurements that we were using. It was more of just the task force is composed of members of the community. Their knowledge of the community were sort of factored in and say, hey, this is a good place. There are concerns about some of the locations. And what you have is a sort of collective opinion as to which of the applications proposed good locations, essentially.
Council President, if I can just follow up. Thank you, Mr. Moon, for a very detailed response and echoing all of those sentiments. I also want to say that the task force, as we all know, and those in the industry are aware, in the state of New Jersey, the CRC has not issued all but 2 licenses to minority or interest groups. And that was a focus for this task force as well, to ensure that we are leading in that direction as a best practice, simply because the state has failed to do so or neglected to do so. Those that we were reviewing do have all of those focuses that that you see through a social justice and equity lens. So women-owned, veteran participation, those who have been subjected to the system of incarceration because of results of the failed war on drugs. All of those things were also considered. And as Mr. Moon stated, because the state has not, and I know that some frown upon the fact that the state has not provided us regulations, I quite frankly am grateful that the state does not dictate to this municipality or any other municipality how to implement a business, because no one knows the municipality better than those who reside and specifically those who are elected officials. So I am quite grateful that the state has given municipalities that autonomy. But I just wanted to add to that point, to the points that Mr. Moon made, that every member of the task force did support and did want to support and lead in a best practice in social justice and equity, especially with the cannabis industry, because it has marginalized populations in ways that, and communities in ways that it's almost impossible to recover from. So that was also something that we focused on. And if I could suggest, if we start by resolution 562, just so that everyone who is in the public following the agenda knows where we are. But that's my suggestion to you, Council President. Thank you.
Let's start with 56. And I just wanted to say on the comments when I asked about the criteria that most of that is stipulated in our ordinance. I know my council, a few of my colleagues were concerned about the 200-foot radius. It is my understanding that none of these are even within that 200-foot radius or a house of worship. That was my understanding. I know
that's not part of the ordinance, though.
Our current ordinance reads 100 feet. But we were concerned about the 200 feet. colleagues were asking about making amendments. I did not, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that you can change an ordinance in the midst of an application. So we did not go that route.
No, what the task force has discussed, and it's just a discussion that we will bring to the council at the appropriate time. We couldn't do it mid-application, mid-RFA, as that would invite litigation to the township, so it wasn't done then. However, there has been a discussion amongst the task force, because we understand that we have limited inventory, that if we're able to expand the footprint of the buffer for a next round, because as you know, we have 4 licenses and we have micro business applications that are going to be coming in as well on a rolling basis, that we can discuss amongst the council the possibility of being able to increase the 200-foot for all schools, including private schools, not just those that are currently represented in our ordinance, but also the houses of worship. However, that would come with some sort of a compromise, because if we're able to expand the buffer, obviously we're limiting an already limited market for inventory. And so what we would ask the task force, what the task force has considered, if we're able to include office buildings as part of a conditional use, that would expand the opportunity for testing laboratories or micro cannabis businesses. Obviously, that doesn't mean that we will have landlords of office buildings that are willing to, but at least increases the opportunity. It does 2 things. It increases the opportunity for there to be more inventory, but also provides a safeguard to the houses of worship with 200 feet and all schools in West Orange. So that is a discussion that we've had amongst the task force, have not yet approached the council, because there are a number of things that we would like to clean up in the ordinance, if you will, at a later time. But for right now, that discussion is what has happened amongst the council. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Matu Brown, for sharing that from the advisory task force. We look forward to continuing that conversation. And Councilwoman Castellino, again, as a member of the task force, I look forward to hearing your comments. And you're muted.
I just wanted to, I appreciate my colleague sharing some of the sentiments on some of the membership, but that conversation will come. I know that the amendments have to get done before the next round. I appreciate the task force for respecting the fact, we were looking at down the road 200 feet, and the properties that were selected before you this evening actually wouldn't conflict with that wish from some of my colleagues on the council, rather. So with that, I recommend that we take the time to focus on each resolution, listen to the business owners that were selected, and make sure, if you have any questions, now that tonight is the time to ask those questions, because I know for me, this has been very uncomfortable. It's been a very interesting experience for myself. I'm not one that voted for this in New Jersey. I sit on the task force because I respect what many in the township desire. But at the same token, you have to have a comfort level. So please make sure if you have any questions, to ask the business owners come in, and we welcome all of them. So we appreciate them wanting to invest in our community, but also they realize we are a little cautious with this process, and it's so new because the state, it is passing the ball to us, and we are to do the groundwork. And I wish they would do a little bit more of it, but it is what it is. And I look forward to you questioning or conversing with the new business owners this evening. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino. What I do like about the recommendations of that, the 3 recommendations that have been made to the council are all freestanding buildings. And I appreciate you said about Mr. Moon about site control. It appears that it will be an investment in our community. So where do you want to begin? Tell me which one.
I think we can go with the order of the agenda, the order that they're placed in. So if we want to take a look at 56-22, which is the recommendation for Garden State Natural Greens. I believe Gerald Feisner is here on behalf of Garden State Natural Greens, and he can address any questions, concerns, or issues that the council may want to ask him regarding his proposed cannabis retail.
I just moved him over to a panelist. He should be appearing.
Okay.
Mr. Feisner, welcome.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Council, for allowing us to introduce ourselves and represent ourselves as Garden State Natural Green within the West Orange Township as a proposed cannabis classified business.
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear. Can you speak a little louder,
Is that
please?
better?
Say again.
Is that
You
better?
can turn your camera on as well.
Yes, if you could turn your camera on, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Let's see. Give me 1 second. It's not giving me. Is it on my end, the camera?
Yes.
Sorry. It's only showing me the microphone. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Select microphone. That's good. Select speaker. Good. I'm not sure where the camera is, to be honest with you.
It should be in the lower left-hand corner.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking. It's only showing microphone. Let me hop on. Give me 1 second. Let me hop on the, sorry here, my cell phone here. I'm on the same room. I just have to find it. Here we go. My apologies here.
Recording in progress.
There we go. Hello?
Okay, now you just muted yourself.
He had it working last night, so he should be able to figure it out.
Yeah, we were on last night. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna try and add myself through my cell phone.
Okay, when I see you, I can move you over.
Oh.
Ah, here we are.
Sorry about that. Technology.
So welcome, Mr. Feisner.
Thank you. Yes, again, thank you for having us. My name is Gerald Feisner. I am the Community Outreach and PR liaison for Garden State Natural Green. Our president, Nina Bin Patel, unfortunately couldn't join us today. She's still on a flight. She will be stateside this morning, returning from her home country in India. My apologies for that. She is up to speed on where we are with the task force and the state submissions, and is looking forward to potentially meeting you guys as soon as she lands in the morning to present herself as the president and majority owner of our company. Would you guys like to give a background of who we are and what our intentions are? that
Yes,
good?
sir. And any other partners that you are affiliated with?
Sure. So we are a standalone entity based out of New Jersey. Our team consists of 6 total members, evenly split between 3 women and 3 men. We have a healthy mix of both traditional retail experience. Nina Ben has operated and owned multiple retail stores, specifically liquor stores in Lodi, New Jersey for about 25 years. The other 2 members, both Kimberly Feisner, my wife, and Diana Fuentes, which is another member, have retail experience for about 10 years from your average small box stores of, Foot Locker, Payless, all the way up to Best Buy and Walmart. Myself and our advertising liaison, Joseph Cringer, have been in the cannabis industry probably for about 7 years now. We started in Pennsylvania with the initiative to bring the medical cannabis program in Pennsylvania to fruition. Through that time, we assisted the state government, specifically the House of Representatives, and assisting a task force such as this to kind of implement and establish the language, which is now Act 16, which is our medical marijuana program in Pennsylvania. West Orange is roughly about 6 miles away from where Nina currently lives and has resided. She lives in Clifton, New Jersey. Since West Orange opted in, we have solely focused on this township as a good partner for us to participate in for a Class 5 retail license. We've been probably vetting the township of properties for about a year now. We've been a collective group for about 18 months. Again, we are a minority and women-owned business certified through the state treasury. And specifically in West Orange, we have followed, the kind of the growth that the task force has had and the council has had through this process of adopting the cannabis resolutions and the ordinances. And I definitely, applaud you guys because the state has not given you any guidance, and you guys have done really well in kind of navigating it on your own. So you guys did really well. Our anticipated timeline, as Mark Moon mentioned, the date for state submission had opened this morning at 9 a.m., in which we intend to apply tomorrow. Once Nina lands, there are multiple notarized documentations that she has to land for and sign for us to be able to submit to the state. So she will be here in the morning, as I mentioned, notarize the docs, and we will initially submit to the state tomorrow, probably around noontime. Our proposed location is 632 Eagle Rock Avenue in West Orange. We have a letter of intent and a binding contract to purchase that building once we are approved by both West Orange in both of their phases and the state's approval. With that specific building, it's about 2,800 square feet. It's 3 floors. There's a basement, where the vault will be housed, completely cinder blocked. The first floor will house our security office, waiting room, and retail sales floor. And then the second floor will be office space, bathrooms, and a communal area for our employees to engage in, lunches and meetings, things like that. Our security measures are probably as strong as they can be. Coming from both Pennsylvania and the Oregon markets, we have learned that security is the #1 factor in pretty much all of these entities. So allowing ourselves to have access control for employees, restricting access to limited access, restricted access, and unauthorized access throughout the buildings to allow certain people in certain areas, so there's no diversion or any unauthorized sales. The camera protocols that we have are state of the art. The state, I believe West Orange police for the ordinance will have access to them as needed. We could also provide live feed 24/7, 365. So the security measures, in that area are very high, if you will, and that's for both the safety of our employees, our staff, and the public in general. We will operate as a discrete company per CRC guidelines. We cannot advertise, we cannot have signs. So the building is essentially just currently painted white. It'll stay like that, maybe with a different facade in the front, just to give it some contrast. But we will not have a sign that says Garden State Natural Green, Cannabis Dispensary, or anything like that. As far as advertising on websites and social media, we are bound to age gating to allow for folks that are under the age of 21 to access any of our content through our website or social media. So the past 7 years, if you will, in the cannabis sector, and the past 20 years of 20 plus years of NINA business experience in retail, we feel is a very good mesh in this new industry. And with that, as I said last night, we would like for you guys to use us as a resource. We know it's an ever evolving industry, an ever changing industry. And, as we evolve, we want to be transparent in all aspects of our operation to allow you guys to become comfortable with us and grow with us. We want your guys' feedback on a daily basis so we can make changes as needed. And we look forward to potentially, getting the resolution adopted for Garden State Natural Green tonight, and then moving forward to the state, and then coming back for the phase 2 final approval, if you will, from both council and the task force.
Mr. Feisner, can you also talk about community involvement and educational outreach?
Yeah, sure.
Materials?
Yep. So as far as community impact, one of our primary goals in all aspects of business is just to be great corporate citizens. So what we're going to adopt and what we have vetted in previous markets is establishing a volunteer program for employees, both full-time and part-time, that work for us, that allow them to donate 8 hours a month to any volunteer or any organization within the township of West Orange. So, if we have a proposed 20 employees, they're allowed to take 8 hours a month of paid time to donate their time to a food pantry or a homeless shelter, or the Cherry Blossom Festival for cleanups. Whatever they choose, as long as it's within the township, we will allow. We also will implement donation and sponsorship programs. We will do anything from fundraising for a specific group, like the Downtown Alliance. If there's a redevelopment project for a park, we would love to participate in those things. We will also implement grant programs. One of the things in our workforce development program is kind of a mentorship and allowing our staff members to grow into more of a executive role through our company, whether that be furthering secondary education after they're graduated from college and there's courses they would like to take. We would like to institute that certain grant programs to allow them to excel within our company, and if they decide to leave our company, to excel in another company. As far as education purposes, our goal is to implement bi-monthly, open forums, if you will, public town halls, where we allow, both the public, town leadership to come to us, talk to us, have the hard conversations about who we are, how we're operating, and just the industry in general. As I mentioned, there's you either love the industry or hate the industry in a sense. And there's a lot of unknown and a lot of uneducated facts out there. So our goal is to kind of present those facts to the public and allow you guys, again, to be more comfortable with us and be transparent from start to finish through education, through our operations, through our finances, things like that nature.
Thank you. Are you converting a medical marijuana license?
We are not, no. So we will be a recreational adult use permit holder.
So, colleagues, any questions, comments? Councilman Rutherford?
Thank you, Council President. I have a few questions. First, you mentioned you gave a thorough presentation on your security. Does it also include any armed guards or off-duty police?
Yeah, so the the protocols we use are usually are vetted through either the state police of New Jersey or retired local police. We usually tend to use local police that are retired, just because they know the town more than your average state police. You know, they've been there in the town, in the township more frequently, so they know the ins and outs of it. As far as armed guards, we usually try to stay away from anything being armed. However, we will take the recommendations from the task force and particularly the police chief. If it's encouraged, we can certainly do that. But from our previous experience, we kind of deter from that just because it may send a wrong message of like we may be doing something illegal of some sort, and scare people off. We are a friendly business. We're not doing anything illegal, and we want to be welcoming to, all clients 21 and older.
Sure. Have you seen in other jurisdictions where they have, where they're further along than New Jersey with regard to dispensaries? Have you seen any incidents of robbery of folks either going to the dispensary to purchase or when they leave?
So I have not seen it firsthand, specific like robberies. The only things that I could really speak to is 2 years ago during the summertime, there was some riots in the city of Philadelphia where multiple dispensaries were broken into. But because of those protocols, and they weren't our dispensaries, they were some of our competitors, because of the security protocols, and the fire ratings that, the walls and the penetration rates in the walls to get to the safe, not a single person got to the safes, from what we've read and understood from media outlets. But I have not ever seen an attempt of robbery on a dispensary at all.
What is the number of parking space? I looked at I know the space. I think it used to be a music studio of some sort. What is the number of parking spaces there?
So I believe there's 11. We haven't done like a graph of the outside parking lot, but from our measurements, we could get 11 down the side and another 3 towards the back. To add parking to that particular building, the bank and the therapy facility that is next to us have a massive lot. So our goal is, once we obtain, local approvals and state approvals, is to approach that building owner and those businesses and see if we could possibly rent multiple spaces off them on a monthly basis to allow for any overflow from our lot.
Sure. Do you have any West Orange residents as a part of your ownership structure?
Not ownership structure, but what we do is, and what our pledge is to hire at least 51% West Orange residents to kind of continue to feed the community with local support and have that trickle down effect where we're keeping money within the township.
All right, those are my questions for now. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Mr. Fleisner, the question about parking, how many employees will be in the building at one time?
At one time, I would say 7 to 9 on a daily basis. We're anticipating, a full 20 to start of hiring, both full-time and part-time.
Thank you. Any other questions for this applicant?
Council President, I just, if there are no other questions, I do want to just to share the benefit of our discussions last night. I was waiting to hear if any of the other questions were going to be asked, but certainly want to ask with respect to disposal of product that is either expired, damaged. What is your process?
Disposing any product. Most of the time, any product that needs to be disposed of will be sent back to the manufacturers. If there is a particular situation where there is product that we need to destroy in-house, The protocols are we render it unrecognizable. So if we're talking about a vaporizable cartridge, if you will, that, I think I made this example last night. If somebody drops one or we find one in the parking lot, we would then have to bring it in-house, quarantine it, destruct it in front of a camera view for state and local purposes, and then throw it into general trash, render it unrecognizable. So mix it in with your household or your office waste, or your general waste from, like the kitchen and stuff. And then what we would do is only allow that product to be taken to the dumpsters on the day of a pickup.
So let's say that it's something other than a vaporizing cartridge. What if it's actual flour or edibles, tinctures? What do you do in that case?
So as far as flour goes, which is like the smokable form in its natural form, we would mix it in with things like sawdust or grass clippings or shredded paper. Again, so if the average person were to get in the garbage bags, they would not know what was what. It would just look like general trash to them. As far as tinctures go, so they usually come in a glass bottle. Again, they would have to be destructed with a hammer, broken apart. The oil would then be poured down the drain, and then again rendered into a waste disposal, so it's not recognizable. Again, any of those products that are returned to us that we have to destruct in our facility, we then take to the secured dumpster, which is going to be enclosed into our delivery area. That's a guarded gate or a lockable gate. And then that will be taken out the day of a trash pickup. So if we're picked up Tuesday, those particular quarantine items that are rendered useless will be taken out that day, just to prevent less intrusion and prevention of any theft or anybody kind of trying to get at the product.
Thank you. And can you also talk about the delivery? What's that process of delivery of supplies?
Right. So receiving delivery, like the
Yes,
question.
receiving delivery.
So our deliveries will be very structured and timely. They will be on set days at set times. And what we're proposing is the back of the building will be fenced off, as I mentioned, where it'll house the dumpster as well. It'll be a lock gate. So when we're getting a delivery from a third-party manufacturer, there'll be a time manifest, and they will give us a notice as they're coming. Right. So as they pull into our parking lot, one of our security guards will exit the building, check their ID, check the manifest, walk over to the gate, unlock the gate, open the gate. At that time, the delivery van will enter our fenced-in area, back into our receiving door, if you will, that leads right into the vault with a man trap in between. Once they pull into our gate, our security guard will then close the gate, lock the gate. The product will be delivered to us, to our fulfillment officer or inventory officer, which will be in the basement receiving it. It'll be checked, manifest in, and then the delivery drivers will then get back in their vehicles. Our guard will open the gate, let them out, and then close the gate.
Thank you. And can you speak to the cameras that'll be set up inside and outside the perimeter of the property?
Yeah, so there'll be multiple cameras in each room where there'll be 0 blind spots, both inside and outside. The technical specs, I'm not 100% sure because I can't remember what we actually drafted into the into our proposal. I know they are Samsung, but yeah, every camera, I believe, or every room will have at least 2 cameras, I believe, both 360 cameras and then bullet cameras on each corner. And then on the outside corners, they'll kind of be like a 180 view on each corner that allows you to see the entire perimeter of the exterior of the building.
Thank you. And I know that we didn't discuss this yesterday or with respect to the concern that some may have of younger or under 21 obtaining false licenses or identifications, although it's really difficult now, but what about that possibility? What systems do you have in place to ensure that you are not allowing not you per se, but whoever is, receiving, that you're not allowing someone in with a false identification.
So there'll be multiple forms of ID checks. Your state-of-the-art ID state scanner, as well as a passport scanner. I believe per state regulations, we cannot obtain or hold on to copies of the client's IDs. So as they approach the door, they will have to show their ID before they are entered into like a doorbell camera, if you will. At that point, they will be buzzed in, let into the initial man trap. At that point, our security guard will then check their ID again, scan it into our either state issued ID scanner or passport scanner. So that's a double verification. They will then be let into the waiting area, where they will await one of the tenders to come out, ask for them, walk them back, and then check their ID for a third time, visually check it at that point. At that point, they would then leave the sales floor into another man trap, where if the door to the inside of the sales floor is open, the outside door will not open. Both doors have to be closed for the exit door to kind of open. And that's for preventing anybody kind of trying to sneak in and obtain product or get inside the building unlawfully.
And my last question, because I see Councilwoman Castellino also has her hand up, with respect to a lot of the, even not retail, but dispensaries, medicinal dispensaries now have the option to be able to use a debit card, so it's not an all cash business anymore. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so as I see kind of the industry evolving, it is transitioning a lot to debit. We are now in the realm of being allowed to use credit as well. So the initial fear of having like a complete cash business is now transitioning into your normal, credit card swipes or debit card swipes. They do allow PIN pads. I think they call it like a Visa debit of some sort, where you throw it in the card swiper and you type in your PIN card. But if we do obtain cash, every hour we will have cash drops that go into the secured vault, kind of like your typical retail sales at a gas station. You clean the register out, drop it into an envelope, sign your name, and it goes right to the secured vault. So we will do that hourly as well.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Council President, and thank you for indulging.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councilwoman Castellino, I do have one follow-up question for Mr. Feisner.
Sure.
Councilwoman Matute Brown just mentioned vaping and cartridges. Are there separate regulations on that, and how would you comply?
Yeah, so as of last night, we learned that there is a cigarette ordinance in town that I think Mr. Moon was going to supply. I think all the three candidates, so we could review and understand. But we do understand that there is a town ordinance, and we will comply with it, however that ordinance shakes out. But as we mentioned last night, in a new market, you usually see about 50% of sales go towards a flower product, 30%, 20 to 30%, I should say, to vaporizable products, which that would fall into your restriction ordinance. And then the rest would follow with edibles and tinctures and any sublingual ingestibles after that.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President, and Mr. Feisner, thank you for going over that. I had brought that up about our town ordinance, and we also need to amend it as well, because at the time when we passed it, naturally, this endeavor wasn't in place, and just the e-cigarette. So we will be updating that ordinance. I'll be working on that with Mr. Moon. By the time you would come back around, hopefully we'll have that done for you by then. So thank you for mentioning quite a few of your processes. As I said, it's been a very interesting experience. I know you're not, and I appreciate all your information. I know the primary principal is away, and she'll be back. In retrospect to the resolution, I know myself and my fellow task force member, Councilwoman Matute Brown, had wanted to speak with her.
Yep.
When do we release this resolution? We pass it tonight, Mr. Moon. That will be by the end of the week, or?
Well, as we said, the goal had always been to try to get, if the resolution is adopted, to get it signed as soon as possible so that they can have it as part of their application process. So, if tomorrow, ultimately, we would try to get them what they can just so that they won't be hindered as far as their state application process.
How quick can you talk to your colleague? Because I know I'd feel better having a conversation with her before we sign off on a letter of support for her.
Yep, totally understand. So I messaged Mark this afternoon, I believe, maybe around 3 or 4. I'm not sure if you saw it, Mark, but about it was very excited about getting back into the States tomorrow morning and would make herself available tomorrow evening or at the task force convenience to to address any of your concerns and just allow her to introduce herself and make you guys feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
And that your concern, but we will make her available at your disposal as soon as 9 a.m. tomorrow, if you will, as soon as she gets back and off the plane.
Okay, I'll leave that to my chair.
I was going to say, certainly that was a discussion that we did have after we had our meeting with you yesterday. And it would also be helpful because there are 3 women that are owners to see what their schedules are like. And so we just bring them all in at one time. So we have that conversation. Yeah, this is the first round because we don't know what the state is going to do. And then you have to come back for our second phase. So I'm comfortable supporting a resolution because we still have 2 other steps to go through to get to that point. So I'm okay with that.
That's great. As mentioned last night, should I directly correspond with Mark, the task force as a whole?
You can send the email to the task force as a whole. It's on our website, and also to Mr. Moon, who is advising us on as we move through this process.
But I would like to have, if you don't mind, Councilwoman Toots Brown, I'd like to speak with her tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
I feel more comfortable.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Williams, is that, yes?
Oh, she's muted.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to go back to product and waste disposal. We have some concerns about waste disposal in our township, period. So just wanted to inquire, are you all going to be required to do your own disposal, or will you be using the same resources that the Township of West Orange utilizes for product disposal?
As far as like complete dumpster pickup, it would be within the town, whoever you use. If there's a municipal garbage company that picks it up, we wouldn't take it ourselves to the landfill, if you will.
So how does that work for our businesses? Do they just utilize?
No, it's private.
It's private?
Yeah, commercial business properties, they're
Private.
they're responsible for private contracting for theirs.
All right, so it wouldn't be the townships. Okay, all right. Just wanted to clarify that because we already have some concerns, and just wanted to be clear on that aspect. Okay.
Waste management or somebody like that, we would obtain, I guess.
Okay, not a problem. Just wanted clarity. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Council President,
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilman.
that's all right. I'm happy to defer.
No, I was just gonna, if there were no questions, I was gonna move for motion, but please go ahead. I will wait till all the questions are answered.
So it's not a question, it's more of a comment. I am concerned that there are no West Orange residents involved in the ownership structure. I understand the commitment to hiring local, but a big part of, well, at least my understanding of, part of the way the state came to the conclusion that local municipalities should have much more influence and control was so that we would be able to, in this once in a generation opportunity, make sure that residents are participating in an ownership level. So I'm not comfortable with not having any local ownership. I know that there are multiple residents that have reached out to either the task force or council people or other folks in the administration to find ways to participate. I have generally stayed away from those conversations and directed people to others. But I know that there is there are multiple West Orange residents that would love to participate. And if they don't participate here, it's certainly not going to be easier for them to participate in another municipality. So that is my concern, my hesitancy, and one of the issues that I will have, not just for this particular applicant, but for any applicant that wants to do business in West Orange. I think West Orange residents should be participating again in this once in a lifetime opportunity.
Council President, if I can just respond.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilman Rutherford. Yes, we certainly are focused on having West Orange residents as a priority, which is why we do have the micro business applications on a rolling basis. This round of applicants, and we had, Mark, we looked at over 10 applications, and none of them had participation from residents in town. That doesn't mean that we exclude them, because micro businesses are essentially a little easier, if you will, a process to obtain. And so certainly hopeful that when that time comes and we are receiving them rolling, that we do have some micro businesses that apply that are residents. It is our concern and priority. However, this time we did not receive applications from anyone. And also, please, it's important to keep in mind that we do have by ordinance 4 licenses available. Yeah. The task force recommended 3 of the over 10 applications that we reviewed. And nothing in our ordinance says that we have to give out 1 or 4 or 2 or 3. It's totally depending on what we review, what we receive, obviously, then what we review. But the micro businesses aren't included in that. So there is opportunity to participate. One of the biggest challenges has been, particularly for those residents, for our residents, are the fact that want to participate is the fact that there is very, very limited inventory. And that's a challenge. And that's not something that, unfortunately, I mean, we very little, if any, control at all, which is why I wanted to propose expanding, the inventory so that residents can participate. So the 50% or the 51% participation wasn't a requirement in the RFA. But like I said, and the task force does focus on the fact that our micro businesses hopefully can be those who participate that are residents, because the process is not as costly. According to the state, the application fees are, $1,000. They're very focused on not being too burdensome. So I look forward to rolling applications that come in as micro businesses. Hopefully we can find residents to participate. That is the intent. But this round we didn't. Mark, I don't know if you want to ask that.
Yeah. So under the regulations for the State Cannabis Commission, to qualify for a micro business, 51% of the ownership, I believe that's the numbers right, must be either from the municipality where the proposed location is, or a neighboring community. So the specific intent of exempting micro businesses from the 4 license cap was to allow for businesses that do qualify as micro business, including the ownership aspect of it, that they could, provided they have a suitable location, to participate in the process throughout. So their doors are essentially opened for residents to qualify for a license.
I hear you, Mr. Moon and Councilwoman Matu Brown. I understand your argument, your logic. I do also understand that in other municipalities, from speaking with other council people, that they are requiring local participation, and they're not just requiring that with regard to micro licenses. Now, whether that ultimately withstands the test of time and law, I don't know. But I would certainly, I think I would not be doing residents of West Orange a service if I did not, point out the fact that we have an opportunity here with these three. We're, seeking to offer letters of local support. I know that doesn't guarantee that they'll get a license. I know there's another round, but I'm concerned about residents not being able to participate up front. And then at the back end, we have the argument, well, we already have enough. Do we need more? Are we going to put them everywhere? And that is a concern of mine. So, without residents participating in the ownership structure, it is hard for me to be supportive.
I certainly understand that position. I was hopeful as well. But as a fiduciary, I do believe it is, incumbent upon us to ensure that we are not only making choices that fit our community, because we live here and, want successful businesses. But if we extend the time to accept applications, since the applications all opened at the state today, then we minimize our chances for those who want to participate and that may be able to obtain a license, since there are only 37 licenses in the entire state. So my consideration, personally, the task force, and this was a discussion amongst the task force, is that, we don't want to delay applications to the state, because then we risk receiving zero. And what that means is that we, compromise the generated revenue from the businesses. So while I do understand that sentiment, to me, it's also an obligation to ensure that we are able to raise revenue. Our residents complain all the time about how we lack ratables. This is a ratable, it's a business ratable. So while we don't want to increase taxes, it certainly does increase our revenue. And that was my thinking along these lines. I certainly am a proponent. It's something that I've been discussing for the last 3 years. And those applications that are here before you are minority owned businesses, particularly women enterprise owned businesses. So I understand, but I still, after we answer all the questions and listen to the comments, remain supportive of the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, thank you. And I feel bad, Mr. Feisner, sitting here. If anybody has any more questions, we could let him go if we don't for him, but to debate this issue. And respectfully, Councilman, I was surprised too, seeing the applications, but again, it's like anything else. There was 30 people that responded to the RFA and only 10 wound up applying. We have 3 businesses that are coming in to buy property into the township, so that weighed heavily on the 3 that were chosen. And also their experience, very, very experienced and seasoned in the business, which I think it's important, especially this type of business. I wouldn't want someone navigating the first time around without experience in something of this nature. So if you get it, have we shared the full applications with our colleagues, council?
Yeah,
Yes.
I did circulate a copy of the application to each member.
You did?
Hmm?
Okay, good. They're a couple of 100 pages long. There's a lot to read. There's a lot to digest. It's been a very interesting experience this week, staying up late and cramming for all of this. But yeah, there's a lot to digest, and I highly recommend all of you, each of you, review as much as you can. Thank you, Council President.
So can we move on to 5722?
I'd like to move to this resolution that we currently have. So I make a motion that we approve resolution 56-22.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I do want to have that conversation tomorrow.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Given the lack of parking, the number of employees, as well as the lack of ownership, participation in the ownership structure by West Orange residents, my vote is no.
Councilwoman Williams,
My vote is no.
Council President McCartney.
My vote is yes, and though I do appreciate Councilman Rutherford's comments about West Orange owned or West Orange residents being owners, that is not what is before us tonight, unfortunately. My vote was yes.
Okay, the motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay. So we can move on to resolution 57-22,
Yes.
which is West Orange Wellness LLC. I believe we have Stephanie Thomas, Ted Flowers, and Vishal Patel.
I'm sorry, before we move on, Council President, just want to thank Mr. Feisner for his
Yeah, thank you.
and your team, as well as the task force. This has been quite challenging, looking over hundreds and hundreds of pages. So thank you very much for joining us, and good luck.
Great, I'm going to move you back to an attendee. Thank you.
I just have to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
If the next group can raise their hand, I can move them over. That was a lot easier.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Mr. Flowers.
Welcome, Mr. Flowers. And
Hi, good
Stephanie
evening.
Thomas, welcome. And Mr. Patel, welcome to West Orange Town Council meeting.
Thank you for having us.
Okay. Mark, will you please guide us through this? The spokesperson.
Sure. I guess I'll allow, I don't know who wants to speak on behalf of the applicant, but if you want to do a sort of a introduction for the council.
Yeah, so we are applying for 26 South Valley Road. Our group currently owns 19 dispensaries. We have 14 are under operation, and the rest of them are under construction. Most of our majority experience is with the medical dispensaries. 9 locations are in Pennsylvania, Missouri, Arizona, and Massachusetts. It's going to be our recreation dispensaries that's going to be open in this summer. We have a brand name under Restore, so we have a good team in place, which as including the compliance, construction team, designing, security team. So that's why we were able to provide everything we can in the short time period. The West Orange Wellness LLC, that the applications was required by the township. So we try to put the security plan together, the layout, and the rendering, what we visioned, what the building's going to look like, and what we're thinking the layout of the location is going to look like, and the security plans, including the cameras, the panels, fob access for the doors, and the panic buttons. So that's a quick real quick introductions for our team and our company.
So if any of the council members have any questions?
You know, the same questions apply. Complying with our ordinance, you mentioned security. It is a freestanding building. Do you have your intent for that building? Purchase, rent?
Yeah, we're purchasing that property, actually. We are under LOIs. Probably based on this, we will probably get ourselves comfortable getting it under agreement of sales and move forward. We're planning on purchasing this property.
Okay, I'm not sure, were you on the call already when we were talking about the number of parking spaces, number of employees?
Yes. Yep, and that's one of the reasons we chose this space, because it has I think over 27, Stephanie, correct me if I'm wrong, but over 27 parking spot. And actually that's something that we like to see. We're trying not to have a lot of traffic or anything. We last night we had a conversation about it. We tried to do the online orders in place, in and out within 10 minutes. But the benefit of this space has a 27 parkings around it. That was one of the main reason we picked this locations.
And how many employees will you have?
We'll have anywhere from 18 to 24 employees.
Mm-hmm. Part-time, full-time?
Yes, probably full-time.
One of the concerns, will you have, do you have concern about, we had concern about the disposal?
Yeah, I mean, Ted, if you want to go ahead and answer the questions.
Good evening, Council. I'm Regulatory Compliance Counsel for West Orange Wellness. I've been doing this for a number of years in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and a couple other states. Disposal is something that gets third-partied out. As a dispensary, we don't necessarily have a lot of product that turns to waste, a restricted product, a regulated product, or cannabis product that you would see in a cultivation or processing facility. But to the extent that we get product, there's a chain of custody requirement in terms of, I've never seen a scenario where somebody found something in the parking lot and returned it. If they find it, they usually take it. But to the extent that somebody brings back a product, maybe a malfunctioning product or a product that was off to them in terms of taste or the seal was broken or something was defective about the product, there's a specific adverse event or chain of custody that goes into place in terms of logging the product, tracking the product. It gets stored in a secure place, quarantined from other product to avoid contamination. In Pennsylvania, we use a third-party vendor to deal with hazardous waste, a company called Sioux Services. Sioux Services is Sioux is spelled S-I-O-U-X. It's a Native American-owned, women-owned company that specializes in biohazard and environmental waste. To the extent that product that is product that's identifiable, that the product was purchased at our dispensary, we would send out an alert, notify the CRC, notify our patients and purchasers of a potential adverse event or a recall. This is after contacting the manufacturer of the product to find out if this is a single occurrence or if this is something they're aware of. But as I said, the product would get quarantined in a safe, and all the practice in terms of logging the product, quarantining it, storing it, it's all under video surveillance. I think in our security plan there are 33 cameras situated around the facility, which is kind of routine in this industry in terms of the number of cameras and the high level of security that's involved. I know some states have protocols in place in terms of self-rendering product unusable. Again, our preference is to not take that responsibility on. We segregate the product, lock it up, and don't let anybody have access to it. There are inventory and management procedures in place in terms of security protocols. In our security plan, and we mentioned it briefly to the police chief last night, that we talk about certain individuals, Vishal mentioned we may have 17 to 24 employees, a mix of part-time and full-time. Those employees will have security clearances based on their designated duty. So somebody who may be in a fulfillment area may not necessarily have access to POS systems on the floor, so we avoid any type of security breaches in those areas. And again, to assist with chain of custody on a potential return product. And I could speak for a while about it. I don't want to waste your time, but that's kind of how we do it. We do, again, our preference is not to take on product destruction in the facility. It creates an additional hazard to employees, to other product, and a contaminant. We seal off the product and store it in a segregated area until it's able to be retrieved.
That's about it.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
about
Mr.
it.
Flowers, this building appears to be built on a slab. Where would the vault be?
I believe in the floor plan, and I apologize. So I went to law school, not to. I'm very limited, and so I believe the vault is in the. It's
To the
yeah, I'm looking for it's any type of legend. So the vault is in the far end of the building. It's it looks like it's in the
back
north,
right.
yeah, northwest corner, but it is in the far end of the building. You walk through a security vestibule, enter into so it's a man trap. You enter into that. Once you get clearance by the security personnel, you enter into the dispensary area and wait, or a lounge area, and wait to be escorted back to the actual dispensary area by an agent. And you go through that dispensary area behind the POS systems, where there are other security breaks in terms of the restricted access area, in terms of who, or limited access area as to who can get back behind the POS systems. And that's where you find the vault, the manager's office, a fulfillment area, and a break area.
As a regulatory compliance officer, are you familiar with the township's vaping and e-cigarette ordinances?
I was not aware until last night. I have not had a chance to review them, but I've reviewed them in different municipalities, and I can vow and affirm that we'll be fully compliant with both the local and state regulatory ordinances. We'll apply for the appropriate permitting and ensure that we remain fully compliant.
Thank you. And can you talk a little bit about your community outreach, educational materials?
I can address it. And so community outreach and just in terms of education, I believe we touched on this last night. You know, we look at education as multifaceted. It's really since we look at this as a partnership, we understand that there are only a minimal amount of businesses that have the benefit and privilege of being granted a permit to operate within any municipality, and West Orange is obviously exciting for us. It's the only location that this company has applied for, so they've placed all their eggs in this basket. As such, we look at we look at that community partnership and educational partnership as threefold. It's to ensure the safety and security of both our employees and our local community. It's to ensure the safety and security of those purchasing product, and it's to ensure the safety and security of anybody who would come within the facility in that general area. And so that requires multi-levels of training. Purchaser training in terms of training regarding abuse, misuse, safe storage of products to avoid access to children. It also involves training and education for dispensary agents. There's a program and a mandatory training program that our agents all go through in terms of multiple hours of training in terms of safety and security, handling adverse events within the facility, how to detect certain potentially abusive behaviors among purchasers, how to diffuse certain elevated situations. In a medical environment, you're dealing with people with patients who understandably come to you not necessarily in perfect health and not always in the best of situations. So with that training in terms of learning how to diffuse a situation and assist a patient, a medical patient, we would translate that into a purchaser who is coming in and looking for product and maybe just be confused about the process and may get overwhelmed by the process. And educating the community is really an effort to, we understand that any community that looks at these programs and that considers it, and I'm sure council heard from many different people, pro, con, just didn't know what it was. And so our obligation, and we find as part of our mission, is to educate the community in terms of what the product is, how it can affect and improve communities through economic development and workforce development, and also in terms of opportunities. And with every one of Mr. Patel's other operations, and I'm fortunate to represent 6 of his facilities in Pennsylvania and in Massachusetts, and in each one of those facilities, we've elevated initial first-time employees who are entry-level employees to come in at the base level, a base wage of $17 an hour, and all of their existing managers have worked their way up through the system. So the companies we referenced in Pennsylvania, they were awarded permits in 2017 and 2018 respectively, and involved in that hiring process, those individuals that were hired came from the communities, respective communities where these businesses started. They have elevated themselves to management level positions, and that's the vision with West Orange Wellness, and that's the educational component. And I'll let Vishal or Stephanie address community incorporation or impact and support in terms of some of the efforts towards philanthropy that the company envisions.
Yeah, so we did on top of what Ted just said, we have education is like our biggest things. And again, we come from most of our dispensaries are medical. We have over, and Stephanie, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have more than 30 pharmacists who work for us throughout our all locations. And one of the biggest thing is like educating the whoever comes to our dispensary, is just educating them on the product. It's one of my main focus. It's not, I understand this is recreations, but not everyone just come in just to get the product. It's like, for chronic pain, depressions, whatever it is, they need to know that we get the right product is my goal, and educating people about it. And by hiring a lot of the locals, at least we try to do at least from 70 to 75% local, hired employees, and they learn and they educate themselves and they spread the educations to others. It's actually, and we try to keep that support open for any of patients or a person who comes in our dispensary to get the knowledge of it if they want to know what product is the right product for them, and what they should do. And we always done many drives, the clothing drives, food drives, everything in the community for all our locations, throughout the Restore brand, Nature's Medicine brand. So that's kind of sort of, my thoughts on the community impact and educations.
Mr. Patel, do you have partners, or are you the sole proprietor?
I have partners. So one of my other partners is Jib Patel. He also had multiple dispensaries. He's going to be an application. He has, I think, over 6 or 9 locations. He does come with a lot of great experience with the marijuana recreations, because he's in Arizona. He has 5 locations in Missouri. We have a pharmacist who's in applications. He's a great marketing pharmacist with many big companies, so he's good at the back of it. And we have a social equity applicant who is a pharmacy tech, been working with the group for almost over 10 years. So she'll be helping out here as well. And among us is myself as the advisor of the company. We have Karnika Gupta, which is my wife. She's also comes from a solid insurance backgrounds and public health degree in mastering and thinking. She does many research on AIDS and HIVs and all that stuff. So she helps us with the outreach and educating on that perspective.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Stephanie Thomas, anything to add?
Yes, I'm Stephanie Thomas. I've been helping the Vishal's teams in multiple states now with their real estate searches and startup consulting. I've been in the cannabis space myself since 2004. So it's been a long time. I've seen these programs roll out from west to east, and starting with medical and then developing into the adult use markets. And, education is key from a consumer perspective as well, because the products that you'll see in these stores are not the same products that you saw in college. They're not the same products I saw in college. And people can get a little bit intimidated by the different products, or they might go the other way and say, oh, I got this, I know it. And it takes a skilled person that's helping them, the consultants, the POS consultants, we call them bud tenders or patient care consultants. They need to be able to meet these people where they're at on the consumer level and give them guidance and knowledge about how these products work, how they might affect them, what they may not expect from some of these products. We are having edible products in New Jersey for this adult use marketplace, and people need to understand that you can't take more than you need to, and go low, go slow. You can always take more, you can't take less. So a little bit of education for the consumers is definitely in order, and that starts with the culture of the company. And they've really done a great job of that in all their stores here in Pennsylvania. I am a patient in Pennsylvania, and I do patronize their stores as a patient, and I am consistently impressed with their the knowledge in the employee base. And I'll call the owners right after I leave this shop and I say, look back at the camera, whoever that was that just helped me was really great at this or that or whatever. So I've never had a negative experience with any of their employees there. Even the ones that, they're kind of new, they'll grab somebody else and ask them a question. And sometimes I'll even test them, because I've been around this space for a while. I know what kinds of questions to ask and maybe test their knowledge a little bit. And they always do well. And I can't say the same for all the other dispensaries in Pennsylvania. Some are great, some not so great, but Restore and the Nature's Medicine brands have consistently had a great customer experience, educational experience, and their staff is very well trained.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other remarks or insights from the advisory task force that you would like to share with us? Councilwoman Castellino?
Thank you, Council President. So I have to say, with my learning experiences in this industry, Michelle speaking last night, we were on our call, gave me a very good feel that I haven't had with this whole experience. I really appreciate their experience from the medicinal use and bringing that, incorporating that into the recreational, as Stephanie and both him had just stated, regarding their educating the client, which I think is instrumental and important, and just having that vast experience. And I was real happy with their name, West Orange Wellness.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And I know we touch on, we'd love to give people that live in our township an opportunity, and there will be opportunity. But we also, I can't express how experience in this field is very important as we navigate the waters for our township. So very impressed with your group last night. I really was. And it really made me think differently about the dispensary. So thank you for that.
Thank you. It means a lot to hear that.
Any other comments or questions, please?
Council President, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Castellino, and for those members of the public and even those who are here before us as applicants seeking a resolution, when I created this task force, there were a list of names that I put forth because I knew that they would be committed to the work. Some did share my ideologies in supporting the cannabis industry. However, my council colleague Castellino did not, but I also felt that it was so relevant to have her different voice on the task force, because we do represent, all of our residents and some who were not supportive of this. So for me, hearing Councilwoman Castellino, have some comfort from your application, it means a lot to me.
I appreciate it. I totally understand that, because my mother-in-law is still having a hard time to understand this industry. So yeah, I understand that.
Absolutely. And also the other thing, just for the general public who are listening, and even to my council colleagues, these class 5 applications, and Vishal, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or Mr. Flowers or Ms. Thomas, take quite a bit of investment. And we talking about, millions of dollars of an investment. And as we started going through this process, while I do want to see residents invest, again, we didn't receive any of those applications, but I'm hopeful for the micro businesses. But I just want the public to understand that we are talking about millions and millions of dollars to just set up shop. And that is an investment that I feel confident that your company will make, because you have experience in the medicinal arena and have already spoken last night. I will bring up the conversation we had last night. And Mr. Flowers, if you can address this with respect to the cash portion of the business and the banking institution and the debit card, can you just, for the general public, help the public understand what type of banks that we discussed last evening accept monies from the cannabis industry and how that process goes, and then the debit swipes? That would be helpful.
Sure, certainly, Councilwoman, thank you. As we discussed last night, because cannabis is still illegal at the federal level, it's still a Schedule I drug, there are more now, but there are still not as many as you'd like, financial institutions willing to work with banks. And that includes just opening a deposit account. And so in New Jersey, we're fortunate that there's at least three, possibly a fourth, that are currently openly willing to work with cannabis companies, which is a fantastic thing. Makes life a lot easier. We don't want a lot of cash on hand in the facilities. These banks all have very strict requirements. The fees just to bank there are significantly higher than carrying a regular business account. Park Bank was the leading bank in the industry for at least for the last 5 years in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, in terms of they were much more willing to jump in. Park Bank's not a very large bank. The other banks, BTB, which Mr. Patel mentioned last night, that West Orange Wellness will work with, and Valley Bank as well as another bank that operates in New Jersey. There's a credit union in South Jersey that also is involved. And while there's only a handful of them, they're dedicated to the industry, and they're highly regulated and highly restricted. And as you were saying, Councilwoman, about what the investment is, you're right, it's a couple $1 million for the most part in terms of trying to identify and secure a property. that's a battle that takes months, upwards of a year sometimes, in trying to find a compliant property with a landlord or a property owner who's willing to work with you, and a community that's willing to accept you. And so these banks have very specific requirements in terms of how a cannabis business has to operate. There's reporting requirements. We go through annual audits with through a third-party vendor who does compliance audits, their insurance audits. Cash pickups are pickups at a highly regulated level in terms of what the banks require. I'm familiar with two of the banks that, in terms of how they personally handle currency, they have a dedicated carrier you're supposed to work with. It's an armed carrier that handles direct deposits to the Federal Reserve, and so money that's deposited immediately gets credited within a day. It ensures a couple things. It ensures that the dispensary itself is not carrying a lot of cash at any point in time. It ensures that the bank itself is comfortable with working with you because they're monitoring what you're doing, and you're working with a vendor that they have carefully scrutinized. And it provides further insurance to the town that we partner with, that we're compliant with the municipal tax requirements and what our reporting requirements are. And so that's kind of a key element of it. I know that you asked about the cash portion on hand, and as Mr. Feisner had discussed, that there's a growing use of both credit and debit card services in the industry, which has minimized the cash involvement. When we spoke last night, I indicated that about 40% of the transactions at Restore they come in about the alternative to cash, whether it's credit card, debit card, cashless ATM. There's a company that they work with called CamPay. I clarified that today. I found out that I was partially right. That is in a couple of their locations. Other locations, it's a little bit less, but there are measures and companies coming in that are making it a lot easier for patients and customers to not have to carry a lot of cash with them. Cash pickups are like any other product delivery or product pickup. They're scheduled at different times. We usually work with local police to let them know when we're getting product pickups. We can also work with local police to let them know if a cash pickup is coming, to further protect the community, so that there is a level of awareness that that we are going to have that kind of transaction occurring at the facility.
Yeah.
You want to add anything, Michelle?
Well, we also have, like in our plan, I don't know if we put it on this one or not, but we, with our presentations, we share a couple of our existing locations for plants and the buildings. We do have, we try to build a secure, and it's probably in CRC, New Jersey is not required, but that's something we like to do. We try to build the secure loading, unloading kind of thing in the back door. So when there is a product comes in, like Ted said, we get calls from the delivery company and the grower processor. They call us 2 hours ahead of time that we're coming in this time frame, and then we open the loading and unloading area, and they come in, load it, and we try to, and we do the same thing with the cash pickup as well. So that's something big on top of what Ted says, that I want to add on, that we do have a secure loading and unloading in all our locations.
Thank you. I asked all the questions that I did last night. You heard, and you also gave information according to what you heard from the previous applicant. So I am good with my questions, Council President. Thank you. And thank you to you, Mr. Flowers, Ms. Thomas, and Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You guys have presented a fine, your presentation was excellent. It's clear that you're competent and experienced. The only question I have left, you've answered all of them, are there any West Orange residents in your ownership structure?
So answer to that question is no, we do not have anybody from our local. We have existing group that, we try to multiple things. I mean, and I seen it, we will try our best 100%. I understand that is big thing for us as well. It's not only because, we're in that town and then, in the community, but we want to be favorable. We want people to like us who we are, and by supporting the community and hiring much as many people we can. But to answer to your direct question, so we do not have anybody in our group as a social. And there's a lot of components, and the way CRC requires things, social equities, women-owned, minority. I mean, there are some ordinance, like as you says, that requires that, but they have the point system, like in Glassboro, we have one of the locations, and medical locations in Glassboro. But it requires, like, if you have a local ownership, there is an extra point for that. So unfortunately, we don't have anyone in this one, but we will try our best 100% to incorporate the community as much as we can.
So I appreciate that. And I believe you. I think your location on South Valley is excellent. That part of town can certainly use additional foot traffic. My concern, though, again, as I said earlier, and I want to just be clear, I understand that this is not, I know that this investment is capital intensive. So I understand the requirement to, from a capital standpoint, to get into the business. I think it is still possible to partner with local residents, and we certainly do have some well-heeled ones here as well. And, I think that is a part of it that we need to have, that I want to advocate for, and I think needs to be advocated for. I've seen it done in other, or at least heard about it being done in other towns. You just mentioned in Glassboro, they award additional points for local ownership. I think that's a way to protect this once in a lifetime opportunity and make sure that residents do participate. So that is my hesitation. And again, that's what makes it difficult. And I want to say this, Mr. Feisner, I know he's not on here. I do wish him well. I wish, if he pursues this all the way through the end and is awarded a license and opens a business in West Orange, I would be supportive of him as much as I can. And I say the same thing to you. I do wish you well, but I am concerned that we have 3 applicants tonight, 2 of which we've now spoken with, neither of which have any local participation in the ownership structure, which is where the wealth is created. The employees, $17 an hour starting salary. I understand the union participation for some, or maybe even for yours. I get that. I think that's important. But the real wealth will be created in the ownership structure. And I am disappointed to see that there are no West Orange residents, at least in the first 2 presentations tonight. That's.
Thank you so much, but I totally understand your concern. And I I think the micro businesses are well established for the locals. I mean, you have to have just a quick thought of the micros. Micros is like you have to be from that town or neighboring town to be able to own the micro dispensaries. And I guess, and I believe that West Orange had a good program about micro businesses that didn't have any timeline for them to submit the applications or deadline. I believe that was only for the annual licenses. And for micros, I think West Orange has been very favorable. And that was something was really nice to see, that they were very favorable to give them much time they want to apply for it and submit their applications. And thank you for that. But I totally respect your concern as well, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Patel, Mr. Flowers, and Mrs. Thomas. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, I just had one more matter to bring up with Mr. Flowers, Ms. Thomas, and Mr. Patel. The property, it is, I agree, a great location. I'm happy that when the task force looked at the applications, one of my concerns was we're not putting everything in the downtown area, if you will, that we spread out where we are across the community. So I'm happy to see that you found a location that you're able to purchase, and hopefully you'll be able to open a dispensary. But I did notice, and this is a concern as well, that there are a lot of I don't know if there are dumpsters or something on the property. Have you visited the property? In the back, it looks like a junkyard.
Yeah, so when I don't know if you get a chance to visit any of our, visit our website. If you look at our website, you will see that this location will be 180 degrees turnaround. So,
okay, so we have your commitment to clean it all out.
That's the way we like to see it. Yeah, that's
awesome. Okay, thank you. And one thing I will say, Councilman Rutherford, again agree 100% that we want participation, but because that's not included in our ordinance, or even if we discussed that while we were discussing creating the ordinance and even amending the ordinance, that would have been a good discussion to have at that time before we went to the application process. But because it's not required in our ordinance, and because our ordinance does speak to the micro businesses, and not having that limitation, having an open and rolling application process, hopeful to be able to accommodate and support more so, residents who may be looking to apply if they're able to find a location. And that's really the crux of what the issue is for some residents, that they just can't find inventory. But thank you again, and that's it for me, Council President.
Thank you, Woman Catalina.
Yeah, just real quick for my colleagues' sake, I had requested, and I thank all the business owners for their operating agreements, for all of them with the LLC, so we can see the full membership even if you don't have 1% in the business, that is broken down to that level. So it's all in the paperwork. So moving forward, when you're getting these applications, you'll be able to see all that, because we had requested and required that information. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
And thank you all for coming this evening again. I know 2 nights in a row, but very, very important, as you could see, as we work through this process, just having that comfort level and being able to have these sessions with you is very important. So thank you for coming in again on the air tonight.
Thank you.
Council President, if I may, just wanted to respond to Councilwoman Matute Brown. I'm certain I'm wrong, right? I will, because it's not in the law. But I believe at the beginning of this process, one of the selling factors, one of the things that was campaigned on, but when it was a referendum, before the municipalities throughout the state voted on it, before the residents and voters voted on it, was that there would be local participation in this business. So my assumption was, and perhaps it's flawed, but my assumption was that the way we would go through the application process would encourage local participation in the ownership structure. That's a part of the social equity piece, because as it was discussed, particularly in African-American municipalities, they wanted to make sure that local residents in those municipalities had an opportunity to participate in this business, and not just that large companies would come in and take full advantage of it and residents would not have that opportunity. So that social justice or social equity piece, I thought was a part of the original law. I may be wrong, and maybe it changed after the fact, I don't know. But that is why I did not stress it, because I thought it was a part of the application process. And so to find out that it isn't is, problematic for me. And I certainly don't want to, impede this group. You guys seem like you have, an outstanding business plan, and you'll be able to move forward. I think you would be an outstanding addition in that space. But the issue for me is that we don't have local West Orange participation in the ownership structure of any of the first three, or at least the first two of the three. I'm going to assume it's going to follow the same pattern with the third one. And that is a problem. I mean, I feel like if we're going to allow this business in West Orange residents should participate. And that's just how I feel.
Certainly agree with you 100%, but if we don't have applications from West Orange residents, it's difficult to be able to support one when there is none that have applied. But I am confident that of the three that we send out, well, let me say, I would love for the state to look at us more favorably and say, West Orange, you get all the ones that you want. I realize that that's not going to happen, which means that we're going to have licenses that are going to be available to those residents who do want to participate. And for me, whether social justice and equity is written into law is of zero consequence, because that's my focus in the way I govern and in my personal and private lifestyle. So hopefully if West Orange is listening, please apply, because there are opportunities, but again, not having any, it's hard to be able to select one.
Yeah, but with regard to it not being in the law, it does matter, because when it's not written in the law, it is very easy to ignore social justice or social equity. And since we're on that, I mean, I see that we have women-owned businesses, veteran businesses, people of color. What we don't have are African Americans, at least as far as I can tell tonight, or Hispanic or Latino. Those were the two communities that were specifically highlighted when the law was sold to us, because they bore the greatest part of the burden of the war on drugs. And that's how it was sold. So to sell it that way and then not put in protections, not even put in protections for local residents, this is a diverse community. We have plenty of residents that have significant resources that could participate. So not to put in protections for residents and not to put in protections for the communities that have been affected the most. And for me, as someone who advocated for the passage of this law, who is a pastor of a church and had to argue in church with folks who are against drugs of any sort and had to explain to people why it was important to vote for this, because their children and grandchildren would no longer be subject to the criminality associated with prosecuting marijuana laws. And not only that, those that had been would then have an opportunity to participate in the ownership of these businesses that are going to create tremendous wealth. So to have both of those things just swiped out from under us really is very disappointing to me. That's my statement. I stand with it.
I appreciate that, Councilman, but you also were a participant in creating the ordinance that approved this legislation. And what I'm saying is that that's not a conversation that the council had when we were drafting the ordinance, when we were amending the ordinance. So, it wasn't there because none of us thought to include a requirement. However, and when I said it's a zero consequence, whether it's law or not, it's what I focus on to begin with. This round did not have any Black or brown participants. I would have liked to see that. But to me, when I look at interest groups, women are minorities. That to me fits a bill. Vets are minority. And I apologize, Council President, I'm done.
Can I?
Kathleen, yes.
Yeah, so I think the task force, which is made up of a very, very diversified group who is on it, recommended to you these three candidates this evening. And we hear you, but I think this is not the time or place to debate this. We have our guest on this evening. We still have we're here to talk about their businesses. So I like to, just make a motion to approve this resolution and not to discount what you said, Councilman, but to have that conversation at a different time.
I second that motion, Councilwoman Castellino.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Abstain.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
Did you say yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure what's the matter with my speaker.
That's okay.
Okay, we're gonna remove this panel. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, guys.
Flowers.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
everybody.
you, folks. Good luck with the
you.
process.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mark, if the next group can raise their hands, I'll move them
Yeah.
over.
I believe it's Whitney Oldham and Danielle Grotto.
Okay.
Mark, this address is 5 Central Avenue.
That's correct.
Yes, Dogwood.
Dogwood Green LLC.
Green. Mhm. And did I hear 2 female names?
I believe it's a partnership of 4. 2 of them are female. Yes.
Okay.
Good
Hi,
evening.
Daniela, you alone?
Hi, yes,
Whitney.
I'm representing the group this evening.
Okay, great.
Hi, everybody, and thank you so much for having us. I will do my best to keep this brief. I'm sure I'm the last thing standing in your way this evening before you get to enjoy the rest of your night. My name is Danielle Guerrero. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I'm representing Dogwood Green as one of the 4 co-founders. We are a Black women and disabled veteran-owned business. So we do have diverse representation on our ownership board. We are 4 local New Jersey natives, former West Orange residents, now members of the South Orange community. We are rooted in our communities and use that as a guide for how we interact. I will try to address some of the questions that I've heard the group answer in my overview. But we have secured a site on 5 Central Avenue within the Valley community. We're thrilled to be a part of that community and culture and have already started our community outreach efforts. In our physical site, it's a former bank. So we lucked out. It's pretty secure without us doing the technology and physical enhancements. We do have 10 parking spaces in our back lot with the ability to add up to 5 additional diagonal parking spots along our side lot. We plan to hire 10 to 15 employees. So although we're applying as a conditional annual license, we do plan to operate on more of a hyper-local level, similar to that of a micro business. Councilman Rutherford, to address your concern up front, we do not at the time have any current West Orange residents in our ownership board. However, we do have West Orange residents on our team of advisors who have been guiding us through our community efforts to reach this point. And we are building a Share Our Success program so that our employees can enter through equity memberships as well as bonus structures so that generational wealth can be created for everyone who's able to work with us, as well as being a local multiplier for the Valley community and engaging West Orange businesses and services in who we employ and who we engage with. In total, we'll have 27 surveillance cameras along our building, so safety and security is the utmost importance to us. We understand that there's a strong social responsibility that comes with being a cannabis retailer. We do have background in traditional retail as well as U.S. government compliance through one of our co-founders' experience in the U.S. Army, as well as compliance and regulatory experience with Big 4 accounting firms. So very honed into the compliance and safety requirements of being a retailer. to touch briefly on the community outreach efforts that we've already begun. We've engaged the Interfaith Food Pantry of the Oranges and have started volunteering and contributing through our time as well as monetary and goods donations. We've also discussed the possibility of sponsoring a community garden that would directly benefit the Valley community and its residents. We're working with the Flame Group out of Newark and currently have 14 pallets and almost 1 million masks that were donated that we've been distributing out of our site to benefit the Essex County first responders, some of which being Orange and West Orange police and fire departments. So very happy with that partnership and effort. Our mission as a company is to validate adult use cannabis through education and community elevation. Education is a big part of the community's concerns as well as ours. We believe that outside of educating the community on, properties, uses, benefits, and effects, we also firmly believe that safe dosing, consumption, and storage practices are an important part of that community education to make sure that our customers know how they can safely purchase, use, and store their products so that children in the home don't have access. We also have practices and policies in place on how we will use two-step ID verification and cutting-edge technology to make sure that we don't allow anybody under the age of 21 in our site at all. Additionally, we are planning to host outreach programs for West Orange residents, as well as those beyond our West Orange borders who've been impacted by the criminalization of cannabis and the war on drugs overall. One of our co-founders has a touching story about his experience in returning from his tour of duty in Iraq and the effects that had on him. We use that as a guide when we're operating in our community and who we're interacting with, and it really helps motivate us in how we're engaging other members of the community who've been negatively impacted by the criminalization of cannabis and leveraging our backgrounds to help them facilitate paths into the industry and understand what transferable skills they may be able to use when trying to secure positions within the cannabis industry itself. I believe that I've covered everything there. I'll try my best to be brief and we'll pause to see if there's any questions from the council that I can answer for you at this time.
Ms. Grado, thank you very much. You did your homework there. Listening to two previous presenters, you just kind of answered all of our questions. I do not have any questions, and if anyone else does, please put them forward. Mr. Rutherford, is that? Don't say
no,
hand.
I don't have a question.
Okay. All right. And again, I'm going to ask our advisory task force to give us any insight. You've been through this.
Councilwoman Williams had a question.
Yes, please.
Hi, thank you, Council President. Just wanted to ask if there's any experience in the abbreviated information that I'm looking at. I did not see that any of the 4 members that you identified have any previous experience. Could you clarify?
Absolutely. Well, we don't have direct experience managing a physical cannabis dispensary location. We do have traditional retail experience, brick and mortar from big box retailers like Macy's, Lord & Taylor, Victoria's Secret. I'm currently working in the cannabis industry in the human resources side, so very well versed with some of those workforce challenges and opportunities while I'm not directly operating a 4-wall location. We do have compliance and regulatory experience from the U.S. Army as well as Big 4 accounting firms, but we don't have experience between the 4 of us. We do have a plan to engage general managers as well as other critical team members who do have that specific cannabis industry dispensary experience that would be able to bring their best practices to our operation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Williams. Ms. Grado, was that in your plan that you presented to them about hiring general managers that would have that experience?
Absolutely. Yes, that's in our plan, as well as our commitment to prioritize the hiring of West Orange residents, not only for one of the 10 to 15 positions, but also in who we're engaging for our external services, whether it be grounds management or team of advisors, and are looking to engage as many members of the local community as we can.
And you mentioned at the start that maybe your team is from South Orange, or do you have a site in South Orange already?
We don't. We've committed to the site in 5 Central Ave in the Valley. We've had site control since September, and we're fully invested in that local community and the relationships we've built. My husband and I are former West Orange residents, and quite honestly, if it wasn't for a corporate relocation that moved us for a little over a year, we would still be there. My mother-in-law is still a West Orange resident, and we've got ties and roots in the community. But unfortunately, upon coming back from that relocation, we did land outside of the West Orange border.
And Councilwoman Matupro.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Danielle, for jumping on again a second night. I know that we went through a lot of the questions that you heard earlier from the applicants before. I wanted you to share a little bit about the location that you chose. How long have you been there? Is it a lease, or is there an intent to purchase? Can you talk about the location?
Absolutely. Our location is 5 Central Avenue. We are a former bank. Paragon Credit Union was the prior holder. It's been vacant for several years. We have had site control since September. We've already begun site cleanup, just efforts on the property itself. We are currently engaged in a lease and have been making financial payments on this property to show our investment and commitment to not only the process, but the township as well. If there were an option to buy our site, we absolutely would. We're hoping that maybe down the line we can negotiate something along those lines, but as of right now, we are engaged in a legally binding lease.
Sorry, I muted myself. And I just wanted to add to my council colleagues, one of several points that for Dogwood Green that attracted me to their application was, yes, that it is minority owned by women predominantly and vets, but also the location of the property. It is an area of the valley that doesn't get I'm going to say, a whole lot of love. We're trying, right? We have one full market rate building, residential unit that's coming up in that area. We do have another residential affordable housing unit that's coming into that area. And we are also creating a parking lot for the businesses in that area, because unfortunately parking, as in most places, is very limited. But we do have a commitment from the Albert Group to build a parking lot for us. So, to me, your presence there, your company's presence there is a form of revitalization, along with the other projects that are coming online. And so that was very attractive to me. The fact that when I read your application, your deposit for your lease was quite substantial, $50,000, and your commitment to the Valley area was really something that swayed me to support your application. And the other part of that is just it's a grassroots from the ground up of empowering women and battling the residual effects of the war on drugs, particularly in that area where, we're close on the border. Again, it's just we specifically look for places that were spread out in West Orange, and this is certainly one of them. So, Council President, I just wanted to share my perspective on what I considered, along with the other information that was given and provided in the application, but that's where I was with this application. So I do thank you for your time, and thank you for your application, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you. And just to chime in there, I'm thrilled to hear your sentiments. We echo those. And that was actually one of the factors in deciding on this property. We were envisioning what a cannabis retailer of the future would look like and how we could most positively impact the immediate community that we were in. And we see the future vision for the Valley, and we're excited to be a part of it.
Thank you. And I wanted to add to what Councilwoman Matute just said. Besides the Albert Group, they have 3 buildings going up there. 2 are already 100% occupied. New one under construction right now. We have the Lunar Stage a block away. You have the West Orange Arts Council there. And Valley Arts. So there is a lot of revitalization that you'll be a part of. And also there's a dental group right at that T intersection of Valley Road and Central Avenue that was just recently approved on planning board. So nice, good investments. Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yeah, Mr. Moon, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Ms. Gatto, I see that Miss Oldham is also an attendee. I don't know if you want to just take maybe even a brief introduction. We can have her pulled in if that's something that's okay.
That would be great. Megan? Mark, what is the name they're looking for?
Whitney Oldham. I don't know if she can.
Meg, can move her over.
Yes. Thank you, Mark.
There she is.
Hello.
Is
Hi,
there
Whitney.
anybody else?
Good to see you again, Whitney. Welcome.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for having me.
Welcome. Welcome to West Orange.
Happy to be here.
And now, Councilwoman Castellino, would you?
Yes, well, let Whitney introduce herself and say a few words if she likes. She's been sitting there.
Absolutely. Listening very closely. I'm Whitney Oldham. I'm also one of the co-founders. Danielle is a lifelong friend. We've known each other approximately, oh my God, at this point about 30 years, 25 years. And we've partnered in this and are deeply committed to what we've outlined and the community wholeheartedly. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. And what, I thought you had a great location, which was one of the reasons why I supported you last night with the task force. I felt your commitment, your partner story, working with veterans, I thought was instrumental, would be great work for our community. And you just checked a lot of boxes and very professional. So we thank you for your investment. And I want to wish both of you luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve 58-22?
Moved.
Second,
Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
You're muted, Councilwoman.
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes. And welcome to West Orange.
Thank you.
Congratulations and good luck. You got a unanimous yes vote. I wish you well at the next phase and looking forward to seeing you back to West Orange. Good luck.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is pending matters, new matters, council discussion.
Oh. I think I'm all discussed out.
I wanted to encourage, I had a conversation with Chief about this. I wanted to encourage an opportunity for us to kind of piggyback on what we do for our special needs families in the township. And we have a registry where they can register and make sure the administration, the first responders are aware of what their special needs are. Now that we have this new grant with the mental health associates, I would like for us to perhaps entertain that same component, but with our client, our residents that may be impacted with any type of mental wellness concern or issues. Of course, this would be something that would be voluntary. We can't mandate that any resident partake, fill it out, comply. But I think it would be something that is already helpful on the special needs platform. And this is something that we can just simply add to. But I think it would be extremely beneficial and just aiding our first responders and making sure they are completely prepared for whatever they may encounter when they're dealing with the mental wellness call.
Sure. Councilwoman Williams, thank you very much for revisiting that. We have two programs, Register Ready, and the chief is still in, and also the Take Me Home program. And they have been well established, but that is something that should be revisited to let our new residents know that that is available. Thank you very much for that. And Chief, maybe you can post that on, you can create something on the police page and the township page so that we can share that again with our residents.
I don't have anything for council discussion. I'm probably the first one this time that wants to get off the call because I am jet lagged, and being jet lagged, the spring ahead happened over there. So I am really.
Let's be brief. Councilwoman Williams, right? I'll go backwards again.
So for council liaison announcements, I really don't have any. I really don't have, I apologize, but we haven't met, we haven't had any meetings since our last meeting. So meetings are coming up for next month. Check the West Orange calendar for all meeting dates. And here's a little something that I learned. If you go onto our township website and scroll all the way to the bottom, it populates a calendar with all of our meetings, the time, and then you can click on it and it'll usually give you the meeting information. But again, there's so much to learn. There's so much that you don't know. You know, we need a tutorial on how to be elected officials in West Orange. That would probably take the 4 years that we're elected to learn. But at any rate,
So true.
I thought that would be helpful because it was something that I didn't realize was readily available. I usually just click on what I need and get there. But it is a useful calendar, and residents, it will help you stay informed. That's westorange.org.
Thank you. Your PR, your public relations is coming out. Thank you for that. Councilwoman Castellino? Oh, I'm sorry, we're going backwards. Councilman Rutherford. Any council liaison announcements?
No, no council liaison announcements.
And Councilwoman Castellino?
Tomorrow night, Downtown Alliance meeting. So look forward to that. And we'll talk about that Liberty Street, Columbia Street area.
Good idea. Thank you. I do have a couple of announcements just from the Rent-A-House board that next Friday, March 25th, the West Orange Women's Club is hosting the Paper Mill Playhouse show at the Rent-A-House. Seniors are invited. Everyone's invited.
Nice.
It's a senior event. Dan Yates, he will be performing during the show. And progress for the residents there, progress is being made on the installation of a new generator. And Rosary Morelli and I are trying to reestablish the knitting club there. So keep you posted on that. The West Orange Environmental Commission, we have done this Earth Hour launch every year now since 2015. That's that global phenomena where we're asking people to turn their lights out for 1 hour, raise awareness on energy conservation, protecting the planet, on Saturday, March 26th from 8:30 through 9:30. When I say global phenomena, there are close to 200 countries and that participate, and millions of people that participate turning off non-essential lights. So everyone is welcome to join. And the West Orange Arts Council, at the start of the meeting, there was a brief picture of the West Orange High School AP Art students there. Oh, thank you, Meg. That their work will be on display up until April 30th. And save the date, May 15th, the Friends of Thomas Edison National Historic Park are doing a cocktail reception at the historic park. And all proceeds will go toward renovating the Black Maria, the first film studio invented right here on our main street, adjacent to our film services district. So we're excited about that. So thank you. Make a motion to adjourn.
Council President, I'm sorry, so sorry. Let me just put a pin in that for a second, because this is actually for Councilwoman Williams, before I forget. Since you're the liaison to the Municipal Alliance and we're talking about all of this education for the public, it would be great to tap into if they are approved with the state and coordinate, how to get that information out. On the task force, we've asked Abdur Yassin and Chief to participate in that, but it would be a great collaboration since the Municipal Alliance does receive funds from a grant, but also from the township. We match those grants, but it would be great to coordinate that. So if you can, I just wanted to put that out there. And
Thank you, Councilwoman. Just to make the public aware, it hasn't been finalized, which is why I didn't necessarily bring it up. But there is a program that we are planning in May, focusing on sports medicine for youth, pain management. So that might actually be something that we can segue in. So I will definitely see if we can make that happen. Thank you.
that's awesome. All right, and I will second Council President's motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion is carried.
Good night, West Orange.
Hi, West
Good
Orange.
night,
Good night.
everybody. Have a good night.